Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Saturday, January 30th, one more day in January, budget meeting. I guess we need the roll call. Carol, do you have that?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry.
Councilmember Brackett,
Present.
Councilmember Hopkins,
Present.
Councilmember Ginrich,
Present.
Councilmember Brockert,
Present.
Councilmember Gordon,
Present.
Mayor Broderson,
Present.
Councilmember Malcolm,
Present.
Councilmember Freilich.
Present.
All present, 0 absent, Your Honor.
Thank you. We don't have the page numbers on here this time for where we're going to start, Nancy. Usually we have the page number next to.
They're basically in order, so
Are they in order this year?
pretty much,
Good.
I've got it noted.
I always wondered what the purpose was for here, there, here, there. So who's going to start us off today?
I think Carol and I have some housekeeping kind of things. I think if you've all seen the supplies, if you want sticky notes, pens, notepads, those are there. And I say this every year, if you see typos, you can point them out, but point them out nicely. We do proof them, but not till you get a copy that you really see things. And I think we'll try to do it like we've done it in prior years. If there's issues as we go, I can keep a list.
You can't hear who, Nancy? Oh, your mic is faced away from you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. So if there's issues that we want to come back with for decisions at the end, we can point them out, and I'll keep the list of those. That doesn't preclude us from adding things at the end, but it just kind of keeps things orderly for the decisions. The first thing I thought we'd do is go through the intro section just to point out what's there. And some of that was summarized in the PowerPoint Thursday night. So if you go to the General Information tab, we start with the General Fund Balance Policy. And again, our minimum is 16.7% of expenditures. The policy does go into uses of the fund balance and that type of thing. So just pointing out that that's there if you want to read through it. Page 3, the other city policies. So there's a revenue policy, and there's various provisions there. We want to look at a stable and diversified revenue streams. User fees that cover enterprise fund operations. Page 4, operating budget expenditure policy. And the first one is that the city administrator will compile and submit to city council a balanced budget by the first Monday in February. So that's our timing for this, is to meet the requirement. The second one requires a balanced budget, and then there's more after that. Then page 5, capital improvements budget policy, debt policy, starts on the bottom of page 5. Investment policy on page 6, financial reporting policies on page 7. The org chart on page 8. Then we start the financial schedules. Page 9 is a comparison of actual property values, including TIF, a change from the prior year to next year. And we do have a 3% increase in actual valuations, which is very good. Page 10, the same information, only excluding TIF. And that actually comes out a little higher, 3.44%. And if you note the pie chart at the bottom, with the actual valuations, residential property is 66.9% of total valuations. When we get to page 11, the taxable values, and again, we're comparing from year to year, and that's where we're coming up with that 4.88% increase in taxable values. But with the rollback residential in the pie chart, it's 56.76%. So with the rollback, it's a smaller part of the total pie because of the residential rollback. Page 12 has a 10-year history of actual values and taxable values. So our 3.44% increase in actual values is the second highest we've had in 10 years. And taxable valuations, it's also the second highest. FY 16-17, I think, was our high year. And so the average increase in taxable values is 2.09. So our 4.88 is very good for this year. Page 13 is a graph of taxable values, and we do have a kind of a steady increase in that, which is good. Page 14 shows the different types of tax levies that make up our total. And as we said Thursday night, the total remained unchanged, but the various ones went up and down. So transit went down, tort liability went up, small decrease in special revenue employee benefits, small decrease in debt. And then the second to the last column on the right, but with the increase in taxable values, that's the revenues that increase generated. So the 810, even though we stayed with the same tax rate, it generates $354,000 more in taxes because of the increase in taxable values. And yeah, that 810 is about half, a little over half of the total city tax rate. The next page, 15, is the state form with the same information on the tax levies. It's just for the current year, but it does come out with that 15.67209. Page 16 is from the state form, and that's the how we estimate the state reimbursement for commercial and industrial. There's actually a drop-down bar, and we're estimating at 8% of the total, which was, or 80% of the total. Last year was about 83, and it seems like it's trickling down. So we use the 80%. Page 17 is kind of a history of what that reimbursement has been. So for the 810 for FY20, we're estimating $316,000, and then the total reimbursement 600. Did I say 316 for the 810, and then 613 for the total reimbursement? And that has fluctuated, but it's been right around in that range for a number of years. Page 18, and this is actually the information that we'll use when we're ready to set the first public hearing on the budget. The state's requiring all cities to do this and have the 2 hearings. And it does point out that the change in tax revenue, tax dollars, and that's what I think the intent of the legislation was, to show the change in tax dollars. It's a little, I think, confusing to most people in that it does not include all levies. It excludes debt service. So this doesn't give you the full picture. And since we decreased the debt service levy, it's a little confusing, actual, but we're required to have this for the first public hearing. And that one has to be approved before we can set the second and final public hearing. Page 19, we have a flat graph for the last 10 years with the tax rate, so that's very good. Page 20, the city is only a part of people's total property tax bill. So we don't have, we won't know what the county and school are doing for next fiscal year, but for the current fiscal year, the city was about 41% of the total. The county was 23, and the school 35. The next page, 21, and this is just kind of informational, the different tax rates, and they have fluctuated up and down over the year. So the box numbers are the highest levies for the certain purposes. So the 810 has been flat for 10 years. Transit, the highest year was 0.47, and we're proposing 0.05 for this year. So these have gone up and down, which has helped us keep the total flat if we can vary things that way. And then, yeah, police and fire pension, I've also added the contribution rates next to that, which kind of influence how that tax levy goes. So the highest was in FY 14-15, when the rate was 30.41%. The dollar amount is close for this coming year, but the rate is 26.18%, which is a lot better than the 30% rates. The next pages, page 22, this has the impact of the city's property tax proposed rate on residential homes. So if your total value of your home was $75,000, 100, 125, 150, this shows what your property tax bill would have been, the city's part of it, for the last several years. And it changes because of the rollback. So the first year for a $100,000 house, your city part of the bill would be $892. FY 2021, the rollback rolled back, so it actually a year ago dropped to $863, which would be a decrease of $29. But this year, with the rollback rolling up, it's back to $884, so it's a $21 increase. But that's still less than it was for FY 19-20. And of course, the changes in assessed value also impact this, and it's hard to know what individual homes are assessed, the assessment changes. The next 3 pages, and they're the commercial and industrial, they have the 90% rollback, and that stayed flat. So if their valuations didn't change, in FY 14, they rolled back to 95%. In FY 14-15, they were rolled back to 95%. FY 15-16, they were rolled back to 90, and it's been 90 ever since. So if there's no change in valuation, their property tax bill would stay the same. And that's, through page 25. Starting on page 26 is the multi-residential property, and this is apartment complexes, anything I think with 3 units or more is assessed as multi-residential. And so that category is rolling back every year. So for a $100,000 actual valuation, property FY 14-15, it was rolled back to 95% with the regular commercial values. The next year it was rolled back to 90, but then it became a separate class, so it rolls back 3.75% each year. So for the 100,000, it decreases $58 each year until it gets to the rollback with residential property. So I think we're on page 28. The cumulative amount of the rollback has to date has resulted in a $509 decrease every year on those properties' tax bills. And then page 29, we've got 2 more years until those properties are equivalent to residential. So so every year to have an increase in the overall taxable valuations, we have to more than offset the rollback on multi-residential. Pages 30 and 31 is a history of full-time equivalent positions. The first page is general fund, second is enterprise and other funds, and then the footnotes point out the changes in the most recent year, the changes from the original budget for the current year to the revised estimate, and then from the revised estimate to what's being proposed for next year. And I went over some of the specific changes Thursday night. 32 is the employee trends. 33 is our calculations of the administrative fees to the enterprise funds. And the first one is the general admin fee, which covers the general city administration. And basically, we were proposing to increase these 3%. However, there's some funds that we backed off because of, especially parking, didn't have enough funds to cover their expenses. So we're proposing to back those off. Parking in both years, and golf course, a reduction of $12,200 for FY '22. And so that helps the enterprise funds, but then the general fund needs to make up for those funds that we're not transferring in. Page 34 is the parks admin fee. Golf and boat harbor are enterprise funds, but they're over, the park director and staff oversee those. So we do charge an admin fee for parks administration, and for this year we did back, for golf, we backed out $16,300, leaving the golf admin fee at $11,200. And that, again, was to let the golf course have enough funds to replace some equipment. Page 35 is the Public Works admin fee. Total $74,500. This is for Brian and staff's oversight of refuse collection, landfill, transfer station, transit, collection and drainage, stormwater, and, well, not stormwater anymore, and equipment services. And there was no changes in those. They were a flat 3% increase. Page 36, this is the admin fees charged to the ambulance fund. So the ambulance fund does pay the regular overall city admin fee. They pay an IT admin fee, and then we allocate staffing. All this fire staff is in the general fund, but then the ambulance fund reimburses for a portion of that. It has been in the area of 24-25% the last couple years. With the addition of the GEMT funds, we are proposing that to increase by $100,000 in both years to about 30%. And that 30%, I think it's a fair allocation. 90% of the fire department's calls are medical. Of course, the ambulance doesn't have enough money to pay 90% of the cost of staffing, but that 30% I think is a fair reimbursement to the general fund. Page 37, we have an IT admin fee. John Krusenstein and Matt Rose, they provide IT services for all city departments. And so there's an allocation of $43,000 for IT admin there. Page 38, the communications manager is in the city administrator's budget, but we actually allocate that cost out to six different areas, with only a 6 really hitting general fund. The page 39 is our most recent years of outside agency requests. So for the, and we pointed this out the other night, the current, the 2021 senior resources, for the current year, they requested $27,500. The budget includes $25,000. For next year, they requested $30,000. And the proposed budget, we're keeping, in the proposed budget, we always keep a flat amount. So we've got that at $25,000. Vision 2020, a year ago, they requested $60,000. It wasn't funded. They're requesting $60,000 again. And that $60,000 is for over 2 years, $30,000 per year. CVB, we have that separate agreement now, so it's $125,000 for the current year and next year. Humane Society, they didn't request an increase for this coming year. They left it at the 80. And the chamber, it's been at 43 for a number of years. They are requesting a $40,000 increase to $83,000. And again, the proposed budget has the flat amount in it, the 43. And then MCSA is really a contract for services for the homeless prevention program, and they maintain that request at $25,000. Starting the next page, we've listed all the capital outlay requests for all the departments. The first 2 to 4 pages are the capital outlay items in the revised estimate. And then starting on page 44, those are the requests for next fiscal year, FY 21-22. And so we have the department budget request, the recommendation, and then the funding sources there. And so we'll probably talk about those specific items as we go through the budgets. But if you wanted to flag this page, it kind of lets you see kind of a big picture of the requests over the multiple departments. And that concludes the intro section, but I think there's a lot of information there that can provide context for the rest of the budget.
Nancy, I have a quick question. I mean,
Sure.
this is great. Is this out on our public site under like the gov where we put our documents? So
Yes,
that
it's in under, I think you can search on it, but it's under finance and proposed FY 21-22 budget.
Thank you, because there is a ton of content here it's great and concise, so
Yeah,
thanks for that reminder.
sure. And then starting the general fund section, the page 1 is our fund statement. And this is the same format we've done in other years. Actually, this year we have, so it starts with beginning fund balance, our revenues, expenditures, and ending fund balance. And then it calculates the change in fund balance, the increase or decrease. It calculates the minimum general fund balance, the 16.7%, how much we're over the minimum, and then the percent that ending balance is of expenditures. So if in the revised estimate, and then the first boxed item is our proposed transfer from the emergency fund, which includes the state COVID relief funding. So it's not really a revenue as such, so we kind of showing that separately. So in the revised estimate, third column from the right, even using $100,000 from that fund, the fund balance will dip slightly by $40,000, but it'll still be 22.2% of general fund expenditures. Proposed budget, well, let's look at the second column from the right first. With all the requests without any transfer from the COVID relief fund, the fund balance would have decreased 2.5 million, and we would have gone down to 7.6%. And that's just kind of showing that there are some needs that were identified but aren't being proposed for funding. But the proposed budget, using 300,000 of the emergency / state money, we do have a balanced budget. The ending fund balance would be $4,745,000. That would be an increase of 18,000, and we would have 21.2% of fund balance to expenditures. So it is what's being proposed is a balanced budget, and it maintains our general fund. And it doesn't use all of the state COVID relief money. The next 4 or 5 pages is a more detail of the revenues from general fund departments. And the first area is, property tax related, then the other taxes, and the one of the biggest, and you can kind of tell by the change from the budget to budget, some of the bigger things, hotel motel tax, probably 2/3 of the way down the page, we're estimating that it'll decrease $250,000 this current fiscal year and still decrease $200,000 next year. And it's an estimate. I think people agree that business travel will probably continue to be reduced for a while. I think people are getting used to virtual meetings, and we think it'll rebound, but how quickly that'll happen, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anybody knows. And then the next pages, it goes into road use tax, transfer and licenses, cemetery, community development revenue. In community development, building permits, those are looking like they're going to be down $160,000 both years. Page 4, it goes into the various parks revenues. Page 5, library, art center, public works revenues. Page 6 is police, fire, and page 7 is other, including transfers in. The first item on other is that significant drop in interest rates. And then also that shows the decreases in the admin fees transferred into the general fund. But the increase in ambulance transferred in. So that has more of the detail of the revenues. On page 8 and page 9 is a list of each of the activities in the general fund and how their budgets are compared to the prior year, as well as the percentage. So it starts with the general administrative area, which we'll start with in a few minutes. It goes with public safety, culture and recreation, which is parks and library and art center, the economic well-being, page 9, community development, economic development, public works, and then some transfers. So overall, the expenditure budget is up 3.5%. Any questions on any of that? And then I think how we're going to go through this is similar to what we did last year. I'll do a short intro to each of the budgets, and then the departments will add their comments and be available for questions. So mayor and council, revised estimate is slightly under the original budget, $200. I think there was a decrease in unemployment rate. Next year, the request is $2,500 higher. There's a request for iPads for the mayor and council. And Carol, I don't know if you want to address that.
Yeah, sure. That was, the mayor and I talked about this and a request for some technology for the council to be able to participate virtually if needed, take notes, what's needed. So it's up to the council whether or not you want to fund that. But I got a quote from John Krusenstein, and he said they would be about $300 each to do those. So
The old ones are too old to even load GoToMeeting on. And if people were gone and needed access, that would be, and they get passed. They're not for each of us to keep. They get passed to the next council that you turn them in if you're no longer in your seat.
How long has it been since because you said that there was previous ones that were purchased that, because we haven't, since I've been on the council anyway, we haven't had anything like that.
I have the one Dwayne had. So, goodness, mine must be 10 years old.
So they weren't passed along then?
Mine was passed along, but you know, I don't know at that time if every council got one.
No.
You think it was just the
mayor's?
maybe just the mayor's?
Yep.
I mean, it would bring it to be a more consistent experience for all council members working, remotely. I mean, I don't personally have a need for one because I've got, the technology I've got at home, but I think it would make it more consistent if we were using those. And if I had it, I would use it instead of my own device. But
yeah, some councils use them in lieu of paper.
Even
So
during council
look at your
meetings.
packets
Right.
during
Oh,
council
absolutely.
Even when
meetings.
we're in person.
You can also participate in a meeting virtually. They have a camera and all of that, with it. So if your computer equipment at home maybe isn't, compatible or not newer, that could address that. So, I think it's really up to the council whether you want to do that, or maybe you want to just purchase one for everyone who wants one. Could be an option too. So
Go over, I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
it's okay. Go ahead.
Can you go over specifically again what I'm going to be using this iPad for?
You could use it to participate in meetings virtually. So they
Okay,
have
which I already do. Okay, go
they have a
ahead.
camera on those and a microphone, and then you can use it to access the city's website, to access your council packets, to look at materials, in a PDF format. So all those, it's just an upgrade in technology, but.
I see the
I
cost
already
savings
do
in
that
this.
though, so.
I-
Peggy was getting
No,
ready to
after
speak.
John's
Go
done.
ahead, John.
Well, I still had, is that,
Yes, go ahead.
Can I offer my opinion, or
Yes.
are we just discussing
No,
and so forth?
this is a
too?
good
So,
time to do
Yeah, I'm
that.
against it.
Okay.
So I'm doing all those things already.
Like John, one thing we note is oftentimes when you're trying to talk during the virtual meeting,
Yeah, the mic is bad on my
you
laptop.
cut in and out and in and out, and this would be a way to make sure that that was consistent for you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy.
I can see it as a cost savings because this binder, which takes hours, and people still like their paper. But if we could save the printing of this, and I'm glad you guys do two-sided and stuff, but I see us ultimately, maybe a year or two down the road, getting to the point where we try to reduce our paper. And Nancy and her team don't have to spend hours to create this. And this is probably a third of what that iPad cost initially to build this out, if we looked at all the hours and the
Oh,
printing.
I bet it is at least.
So if we can get to the place where we become comfortable with less paper, I mean, I would see that as a benefit. And then it's consistency across the board. So, and
And this is
$300 per an iPad is very cost-effective now compared to what they originally were a
Oh,
long
yeah.
time ago.
Oh, yeah. Kelsey, go ahead.
Yeah, and to add on to what Peggy was saying, you know, if the document, you know, if this document, if it were to be, you know, I mean, so we get updates to the document throughout the process of the meetings. And so if we were utilizing that kind of technology, then the updates could just be pushed to it essentially. So we don't have to try and find all the spots to insert the pages and whatnot. But I mean, also, you know, on the remote meeting situation, I mean, I would honestly, I'd vote to get John one if no one else. Just because if you go back and watch the meetings, John, like I'm not trying to, I'm not poking fun. I'm being serious, because if you go back and watch the meetings on the YouTube channel, you'll find that probably 40% of what you say, nobody ever hears. And
That's
so I would either
That's unfortunate.
I would either suggest, you know, that you upgrade the technology you have at home, or that we proceed with something like this. I mean, I've always, you know, I mean, I purchased a new laptop not too long after being on the council, because the one, you know, what I was using wasn't sufficient. And so, you know, in the situation that we're in right now, I think it's critical that when we're meeting remotely, that people be able to hear everything that everyone says, you know. And so, you know, and Dwayne also joins by phone, so this would be a situation too where if we had, you know, and if we did it where just the council members that, you know, maybe don't want to purchase a new computer, you know, to upgrade from where they're at home right now, that, you know, if we only bought enough for those individuals and then passed them around as needed, you know, as things change, then I would support that. I mean, like I said, I don't need one personally, but I would absolutely use it if it was something that we did as a group.
Well, and one of the other benefits that I really see from it too is having them be supplied by the city, is having John oversee them. So he will set them up, he will make sure that they have any kind of updates that they need or any kind of safety measures installed, because the last thing we want to do is make a problem like we had, you know, years back. So
And with
having
that-
John oversee and be the guidance for all of them, I think that's an important piece as well.
Well, that's huge. And plus then having the opportunity to have some best practices, how we can all use it better together. You know, I'm a big PDF. I mean, I want to get right to my words, but we all use it different. But here we could at least say, when we have these huge binders, this is how we might want to use it better. Or here's our agenda and things like that, because we could all learn from each other. So having John now see it for security and safety, huge, you know. So I'm in favor, but
And also, I was thinking too, you know, if we each have our own systems and we want to help somebody that might be struggling with finding something, if we're all on the same, we can say, oh, it's right there, you know, and then it's going to be right there. If we're each on a laptop or a phone or whatever, it's harder to assist.
Yeah. The other thing that I would say that I think would be important with this would be that if we do this, that we have a policy written for these as well, that, you know, they should be used for city business only. I mean, that's critical. Shouldn't be used for watching Netflix, shouldn't be, you know, like we shouldn't be adding any apps to them that are not
Right.
consistent with what we use here, and, you know, that type of thing. So, you know, similar to any policy we would have for employee use of computers. So,
We're talking $2,400. I mean, we're not talking like a gob of money here.
Right. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that I think it could do in the long run is push our documentation to be more friendly to the public as well, because if we're formatting those documents for us to use on digital media, then those documents are going to be much more functional when placed online for the public to view. So, you know, for me, when I have a document like this in electronic format, I would expect the table of contents to be able to be clickable and take me directly to the section
one of those?
within the document itself, as well as any references at the bottom, you know, that type of thing. And that's not hard to do. It might be hard to do with the current software we have.
We can
But-
do that. Cinda has software that she can make it, searchable, and I think can index it. So this year we invested in that for her.
Okay.
And I think you can do that now with the documents. I know I do it, search online, for keywords, things like that. So we do have that capability. I know this does align with your strategic plan, because one of the things that you identified as an objective was to modernize the tools and systems in which the citizens interact with the city. So that would potentially improve that. So, I mean, the searchable part, not necessarily the iPad.
I mean, we've seen big improvements in the format of the documents for our agenda, for our meetings. I mean, everything's consistent, they look great and stuff. I mean, this is just gonna help take it to the next level, especially on the searchability and usability. I think that's critical, so.
So I'm looking for a consensus of 4
I mean,
to move ahead with this. It sounds like Peggy's
Can I
a
ask one
yes.
question yet?
Yes, go
please,
ahead.
Mayor? I know it was mentioned, time saver, to have the iPad over the notebooks, but can you give me an idea, fairly accurate, how much time, staff time goes into making, just for instance?
Sure.
This,
I would defer to
binder.
Cinda, actually, because we would still need to do all of the work to prepare the document, proofread it, page number it. But Cinda, I think, is the one that prints. Do you?
Made all these books?
She
Oh my
prints the
goodness.
books.
Symbols, tabs.
I don't know, it took, how long did it take you, Cinda, in hours?
10 hours?
I believe it.
10 hours, I mean, just copying is, and you can't leave the copy machine, because with all this copying, it gets jammed, and then, so, I mean, you pretty much are stuck in the copy room. I
And-
spent at least 2 half-days copying, plus making the copy.
Can't hear you.
And probably 3 reams of paper at least.
Oh, my gosh. I used a
No
whole
more than
box.
5, for sure.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh,
Well, because you got all the staff. I'm just looking
Yeah.
around the room, so.
yeah.
Yeah, and
oh, yeah, all the staff, too.
I think an iPad, and I'm guessing, but maybe 5 years, an iPad stays current. So, calculate that over that many years of a budget, it adds up for sure. But
Yeah, that's less than $500 a year. And as an addendum, Cinda has spent a great deal of time over the last few hours putting everything electronically and cleaning up all of our old files so that they're easily accessible to everybody. And that, you're right, this falls right into our strategic plan of being more transparent and
So we
Speaking
need
to
the
the public.
electronic version anyway. because
Yes.
We need it on our documents for, we don't need the paper as much.
right.
But you still have to do it for the electronic. The printing and the cost of the paper is where the savings is.
I mean, based on what Cinda was just saying about the amount of time it takes to do it and paper that it takes to put it together, over 3 to 5 years, which is, I typically would say 3 to 5 years for that, that would probably even out roughly or become a net positive in savings over that time frame.
So I'm looking for a consensus of 4, and then we can just move on from this. So it sounds like Peggy's a yes, Kelsey's a yes, Oz is a yes, Dennis is a yes, Nadine's a yes, Dwayne's a yes, John,
Yeah.
sticking with your no?
Sure.
Okay.
No.
You're moving over to yes. Okay, perfect. Then we're good. All right, please continue.
Okay, I think that was the biggest change in mayor and council that we had. So let's go on to city administrator.
Can
which
we
is-
stop? I had one question on the council. We talked about doing more things like our strategic planning meeting, some kind of opportunity for team building with the council. Is that something that would be in this budget, or is that gonna be in your?
It's in this budget. There's adequate funds in here already, I think, to do that.
Okay.
I don't think we need to budget additional funds. So I think you can still do all those things with the dollars that we have available.
Very good, thank
And
you.
I had one question before
Yes.
we move on from this, and I'm not gonna propose anything based on this question, so nobody get nervous, but when was the last time that the compensation level for the council and the mayor changed? That's just a question on
It's
that.
been, it was during your term, wasn't it, Dwayne?
What was the question?
When was the last time that the compensation levels for the mayor and the council changed?
It changed between the time I served and came back as an at-large candidate.
Okay,
It has changed.
and it was before my time, so, and I've been, this is my 6th year,
Okay.
so,
I would just say maybe next year, look at what, if there is something that we should propose in
Yeah,
the
we could do
future.
that. I do think it's set up, and Nancy can correct me if I'm wrong, where if one council votes on an increase, it goes into effect for the next
the next
council.
time,
Yeah.
yes.
Right,
Just so if you bring it up, it's not necessarily benefiting you.
Exactly. Well, and I'm also suggesting that, because I have no idea what the council will look like next year. I'm just suggesting at this time that it be looked at for the 21, 22, no, 20,
223.
yeah, 22, 23
23.
budget,
But then-
and maybe bring a recommendation to the council for whether it should stay the same or whether it should increase at some point.
And there is a board that looks at elected officials in our county, but typically, the city council has not been included in
Yeah.
that. And that was by a choice of the city council, was my understanding. I think they can be included in that group that is completely neutral, and they just
Okay.
look at the compensations of elected officials across the county, and they meet regularly and compare with like-sized cities and counties. But the Muscatine City Council, the way I understand it, had decided to not be included in that for some reason many moons ago.
Can I ask who does that, who that I could get into
I
contact?
have to ask Jeff.
Okay, I also have a list of comparable cities, peer cities in Iowa, and I can check with them around, cities of similar size to
Sure.
us, that I can check with on their compensation for their council members, yeah.
But I think to Kelsey's point, this isn't just, if people are watching, this isn't for now.
No.
Maybe the conversation comes up next year, which would even take a little longer to implement, if we even come close to that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And really, I think when it was even started, it was more as a way to cover expenses, for travel time, for all the different, things that we go to and meetings. It's certainly not any way to make money.
Yeah, no, not at all. But yeah, and if it's something where, if there's a board that, that is neutral, that does that sort of thing, then maybe we should look at being included in that. I don't know why we would be hesitant to do so and let a third party make that recommendation, So I think that would be a good idea.
I'd like to see what Carol gets from the survey that she's gotten, see where we fit in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Anything else before we leave council budget and move on?
Just one thing I forgot to add was that one of your accomplishments was that you hired me.
Yeah, you could have put that down
I
there.
forgot to add that.
Well, it was certainly a positive move on our part. I don't think you'll hear any different than that.
I wasn't looking for compliments.
I know. But I also think, as we are talking about accomplishments and things that we've done over this past year, the way our council has came together as a group and been able to work together to accomplish the goals for the cities and do the work of the people, I think has been a wonderful experience, certainly for me, if not for all of you, but the way we've been able to do that, as well as the way I think that we've been able to even look at that bigger picture and reach out to staff and build those relationships so that our entire team serving the public is stronger and stronger each day as we continue, and I look forward to that continuing.
Mm-hmm.
So next, we're going to talk about legal services.
And this is basically a pretty flat budget. We've got 110,000 total budget, but of that budget, 40,000 is the agreement with the county attorney for prosecuting services. Based on where we are at this point of the year, that current budget looks adequate. Legal services is something, though, that it's hard to anticipate what you're going to need legal assistance for. So we'll keep monitoring this, and then if there are some issues that come up, we can still amend the budget in May.
Yeah, so this this is not all of the time and dollars that we spend on legal services. We also have some in the HR budget. Do we have any others?
And then we do, if something is related to a capital project, it's charged right to the capital project, or if it's related to an enterprise fund, the enterprise fund pays that legal.
So I asked Matt Brick Gentry is our law firm. I asked Matt Brick to pull a total number of hours that they spend on city business. In fiscal year 2020, they billed 1,461.4 hours. And year-to-date, as of December in 2021, they billed 578.75 hours. And those are on a variety of legal matters that we could, discuss in a closed session. But that's where, that's the total amount of billed hours.
And what was the total cost?
Well, he bills $150 an hour, I believe, so I'd have to calculate it.
Okay.
So Carol, that 2021 number, 570, that was 2021?
Yes.
So for 4 weeks, we're at 578 hours.
This is fiscal year.
No, fiscal year.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
So
fiscal
that's
year.
2020.
No, we didn't.
2021. Well, I was like,
Yeah,
well,
but
they-
remember, not all, that's why the numbers here are different,
Okay.
because they're not all in this budget. But
Thank you.
again, there are a couple matters that are consuming more resources than others. So it's not just general government support. That category actually, I'd have to look. In 2020, for administration, I think that was only I want to say 13% of his total amount. So it was, it's general government needs aren't that great.
Right. Okay, but that makes me feel better. So 1461 was year 1920, fiscal year 2019, 2020.
Yes.
Fiscal year 2020, yes.
Yep, and then 2020, 2021 was 578, so it's
Yes.
reduced. So-
I do think once we work through a couple of these bigger issues that we'll see a decrease in that. But
Okay, thank you.
So I've got that at about $219,000 for 101,461 hours, and that's about 70% of a full-time person.
I'm actually doing a little research on this. I've reached out to colleagues in other cities in Iowa and asked them what their model is for legal services delivery. Honestly, most of them use a contract firm because they just don't have the model. The model has evolved in that direction because how complex local government issues have become. To have an in-house attorney that could touch on all of those is really not feasible, and you end up contracting work anyway. And I sent a question out on Grapevine, which is a peer discussion thread, and I got a lot of responses. So that tells me that this model is probably the most appropriate for a city our size. We haven't issued an RFQ for legal services for quite some time, so that might be something we want to do just to confirm that we're getting the best, that's most cost-effective, and we're getting the best, legal service.
That was my question too, to follow up on that, is I had written down that I thought we were gonna investigate that anyway this year. Am I remembering that correctly?
We talked about that last year.
So I would like to see that go forward.
We can do that, and I would say, we're getting excellent service from BrickGen. I have no issues with that, and they're very attentive to my needs and the needs of departments, but best practice would be to do that periodically, and I think, it would be appropriate to do it.
I know we have some policies for other things like our insurance and healthcare, and how often we go out and look for other bids on that. I wonder if, when we get to that point, maybe even making a policy that says every 2 years, every 3 years, every
Or every
5
3 or
years, whatever
5.
it is,
Unless something happens, but yeah,
that it's appropriate. Because you don't
Stephanie,
want to get stuck in.
Can come on up. What Stephanie can touch on this, I think the balance that you're trying to strike is you need to have some continuity over these types of issues
Yes.
with ensuring, because competition is a good thing, and it does help us get a better, cost-effective option. But I do believe we do now periodically go out to bid for some of these professional services. Do you
And this
wanna-
one just
you go.
hasn't then, since 2010?
2010, yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'd say typically for,
You need to move it
oh,
closer to
move
you.
it closer. Is that better? Okay. Typically for professional services, I think we try to 5 to 7 years. So we're probably a little past our standard for seeking out an RFP for legal services.
It's complicated with legal because of we have ongoing.
Yes, and I know we talked about that before, on what the protocol is for making sure that you have that continuity. And I think it was shared with us that whatever attorney you have then passes on to the next. And hopefully you get it at a time when you don't have 1,000 things. But yes, I could see where that would be a little dicey, but still necessary.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Didn't we just get an email from you, Stephanie, that you took the initiative to search out some different quotes on insurance?
For insurance, yes.
Municipal workers'
Yes.
compensation and so forth? And is that something that should be an adjustment here on page 35? Because I believe the narrative here speaks to,
We're ahead.
We're not there yet,
We're not
John.
there yet.
but, I mean, that'll be coming in your report without being explanation, is that? Because.
Today, you mean?
No,
Oh.
well, whenever you present about
Yeah,
human
oh, yeah.
resources.
Yeah, definitely.
So you took the initiative yourself to
Yes,
look for some other quotes,
yes.
and, yeah.
We're working,
yeah.
I'm working on the paperwork for that right
Yeah,
now.
thank you.
I think you do that period, you have a set time that you do that, though,
Yeah,
right?
the insurance committee evaluates every few years, whether we should take a look at what the market, depending on what's happening in the insurance market.
Go ahead, Oz, sorry.
So I want to go back to the legal thing, because I was the one that brought it up in the last budget meeting last year, before you got here, Carol. And my question was, like you just pointed out, we spent $70,000 at least
219.
in fees, and we're paying county attorney to represent us in court cases, another 40,000. And I go, is it possible that we might save taxpayer dollars by having in-house attorney that we pay and let him or her go to court, do that? That's $40,000 we don't have to pay out. It stays in-house. If there is a matter that's above and beyond, or beyond what he or she wants to do, okay, let them contract out, and they would oversee the legal things for us, and they can explain. But also, more importantly, they could appear at the city council meetings, and as we're talking and we need information, they can answer our questions on the spot, or say, let me get back to you with a better definition. I mean, it provides another source of wisdom at the meeting, so we can make educated choices, and the best choices, hopefully, for the community. That was all I asked for. So, like I said, that's the point I wanted to. And I think it's something worth considering, because, at the rate we're going now, the amount of money we pay a full-time attorney to be on staff.
Yeah, and the other city administrators that I talked to, they evolved away from that model. And I guess I don't have all the detail as to why, but I think for me, it gives me a little pause to go the other direction. But I'm not, it doesn't mean we can't. It does not mean we can. I mean, we could solicit applications for something like that and see if we get the caliber of candidate that we would want, that would be an option. But there are a couple of, in Iowa, it seemed to be there were maybe two or three big firms that do just this. They have a municipal experience that you need in a field like this. But I don't want to say no to that. I think we could certainly do that, but it's.
I just requested a look.
Yeah, sure.
A look and open for discussion. I mean, it's something we can look at and say, well, based on my investigation and here, it's something we could talk about in an in-depth thing and maybe consider for next year's budget hearings. Do we want to do that? Yes, no, whatever, but.
I think we could still do it this year.
I could come back, or actually I was just working on a memo that explains some of this, but if you wanted to review it in an in-depth, we could do that. And I'm just gathering this kind of information. Some of the bigger, like I know City of Marion, they said that they actually went to an in-house but they're bigger than we are, and are, I think growing quite a bit. So they're doing the model you just mentioned around in-house and contract. So, I think it's just somewhat the size of your city, whether you're growing or not, and the types of issues that you deal with. So we can come back and talk about it more
I think it's like looking like the medical profession. You have a general practitioner who's your primary care doctor, but if you have a specialty need, he's not going to operate on your foot or perform dental surgery. He's going to consult you out to somebody else. They'll do whatever and send him a report back and say, this is what we did and how the client is. I just think it might be more cost-effective with tax dollars if we can see in comparison.
Well, let's plan to come back and talk to council again about it and see if, like I mentioned, you could solicit applications and see if you got what you needed, in an attorney's experience, but we can check into it.
Even somebody closer, even if it wasn't an in-house, somebody closer to our area that could, go ahead, Peggy.
Well, I'm sort of going to give the opposing view here. I believe professional services for contract is the way to go when it comes to legal, just because of the variety of topics, and I'd rather have a firm that has the resources to be able to pull in the right people for the right topic. It would be lovely, as 50 years ago, where we could have a local lawyer handle municipal, but this is too complex anymore. And I do think that the firm, and I think it is time for an RFP or RFQ, just to level set, make sure we get the best.
There's more than one that can do that.
Right, but thinking that we're gonna spend $200,000 on an in-house lawyer, that's maybe 150 plus benefits, right? Plus support staff, because it's not just one person. I really think that our size, our community size, it's best to stay with professional services. That's just my opinion, and that's why there's 7 of us, right? So my vote is or my consensus, my thought is, I don't want to spend a lot of time and money running down this rabbit trail.
I think we've all agreed, though, to go out for an RFQ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we'll discover which path through that.
But if we are queuing just professional service firms, or if we are queuing an application to say we're looking for a city lawyer, that's different to me.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying too, Peggy, that even though we have an in-house lawyer, the in-house lawyer is going to be reaching out for specific legal help as well.
Absolutely. For
Oh,
different
yeah, they
things.
would. They would have
And
to.
so
So we're gonna
I,
stack on top of that. So,
Go ahead, Kelsey.
I'm on the side of the fence to stay with our current system and
ahead,
contract
Kelsey.
the service.
I would say, my opinion on it would be that if we put out an RFQ for a solution, instead of dictating it needs to be this or this.
That's
but-
what I was meaning.
Okay,
But put it
yeah.
out in a way that says, here's what our needs are. We have.
Can you fulfill those needs?
Yeah, can you fill, how would you fulfill those needs? And so if a individual attorney came forward and said, I would like to provide this service by being your in-house attorney, and here's how I'm going to accommodate the additional services that that they wouldn't be able to cover, then, that might meet the solution. It might provide what we're looking for, and if, and if it's if the rates came back in a way that it looked feasible, then maybe we go that direction. Or if, if the same request would come back from a firm and they say, here's how we're gonna do it, you know, and then we stick with that model. You know, and for me, I would like to see the needs met. I don't really care whether it's one solution or another if the cost is appropriate. So if the.
And the quality of service.
Yes.
Quality
I
of
think that's a good-
service, yeah.
I think that's a good option.
Well, that's why I
Or
said
solution.
if our needs are met, that to me covers the quality of service part, because if the quality of service is low, it's not meeting our needs.
Right.
So as long as our needs are met and the cost is appropriate, that to me, I don't care which format it comes in.
Okay. No, that's a good solution.
I'm in the same, I respect that, because I feel the same way. The one thing that I think we've missed as a council, at least since I've been on, and it's only been a year, but we've only seen Matt one time. And
Right.
to me, there's lots missed when you can't physically see him, and something comes up at that point. I like the personal contact time.
Yeah, if we could get someone, I have no problem with Brick Gentry either, but if we can find someone who provides the same service who is closer, that would, to me, would be,
I think how we do it, and I'm sort of thinking out loud here, but is that in the RFQ, when you go to rate the people who submitted, you include proximity as one factor,
Right.
not the only factor,
Right,
but one
definitely.
factor. We could set it up like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
we may-
I think Brig Gentry would attend meetings if we asked them to, and have virtually when I asked.
But
But there's a
we
cost,
paid
yeah,
all the
there's a
travel
cost.
expenses, and it gets expensive to have them come.
Maybe we need to get them an iPad.
Or they might have representation on their team on Eastern Iowa, their home base is Des Moines or whatever. But, you know, I'm sure they're not going to Sioux City or Omaha or, you know, the western state as opposed to eastern. So that perfect to say, what's your proximity and do you have resources locally? Because we don't want to pay for a Des Moines trip all the time.
Right,
Right.
right.
But they might have somebody that they have on their team that's in Iowa City, Davenport, Muscatine, who knows?
Or
So,
Muscatine,
I
'cause
think that's a great question to ask, because that would be an important factor, is that we would like more frequent representation during city council.
And that would be something that would behoove them to put in their proposal.
And I'm pretty sure that one of their team is on a board here in town, so I think that means that they've got somebody that lives in Muscatine. I don't know if that person's skill set is appropriate for sitting in on our meetings, but
So am I
Yes.
getting direction? Help me, do you want me to bring something back to council, or do you want me to go ahead and work with Stephanie and to develop an RFQ? Am I getting a firm direction here?
second
What do you
option
think?
was
What do
what
you
I,
think? What do you recommend?
That's what I would do. I would, you know, you may get a single attorney that would compete, you know, for it. But the firms that I'm aware of, you know, and part of this was because of the question I posted, but they've got so much expertise, it would be really hard to compete. And many use Brick Gentry, but there are a couple of others that are in Iowa that might submit on something like this. So I would do that. You know, in my past, I've never regretted creating some competitiveness in services. You know, so I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
I think it should, the
this-
RFQ should be put out, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
It should be put out just like we talked about, have her get it, bring it to council, let us look at it, and send it out.
yeah.
I think legal services are a little bit unique, though, because that does go directly through the council. So it's not like, if you look back on the table of organization, the city attorney works directly for council. So they will need to have a role, in each step of the process, I think. I don't think it's an HR thing necessarily, that legal services is on a different tier.
I'll have to figure out what the right process is.
You
I'll have
will.
to figure out what the right process is, but I think I get that the direct consensus, the direction is to, you know, put out an RFQ for services, so.
Yeah, and maybe we end up with the same exact thing we have right now, but I think it's our
least we would
responsibility
know.
to, you know, and honestly, I almost think that we should look at putting that as a policy where maybe every 5 years,
Yes.
We take a look.
and if it's every 5 years, then you know, there's also the possibility that it's an entirely different council.
Yeah, is there something in the purchasing policies about that, Nancy?
I don't think it's addressed in there.
Some communities have that in their purchasing policies. I think it's a balance. RFQs, RFPs, they're time consuming to do something like that. So yeah, it's a balance, right?
On both sides.
Yes.
It's taking you time, and it's also taking them, so if they want to win, and it's a good gut check. It's
Yeah.
just, and to do it every 5 years is just sort of level setting. Are we satisfied?
Right.
You know,
And then also it puts that on a schedule so that when it happens, it doesn't, you know, because we're not saying we need this because we have any issues with our current representation, you know, but because we haven't done it for so long, it could appear that way. And if we had it on a schedule, then it never appears like a, you know, bad mark on our
Right.
current representation.
True,
you
that's
know,
a
and
good
so,
point.
You
they're
know,
going to
that,
sign on the contract, they know in 5 years we're going to do this again.
right.
So they're not going to be surprised, and it's not a
And
negative.
think
They
that
just
we're
say-
not happy with them, yes,
Because that should have come up at year 2 or 3,
exactly.
so.
Are we doing a yearly contract then? I guess I
They,
missed that. Are we doing
it's
yearly?
an open contract that just
Open?
runs until we decide,
Okay.
they or us.
Didn't remember.
But I think it's just prudent, just every once in a while, take a review and say, are we getting the best bang for the buck? How can we improve? Just like we're looking for new technology and more, doing things a different way and improving how we're doing it, or using the lean principles. Let's see if we can do that as well.
Which is our responsibility with tax money, to make sure that we're doing it the best way we can. Okay. Any other questions on legal services? Did you have any other comments? Anyone?
I do.
Yes, please go ahead, Dwayne.
Pose this question to Stephanie. How much time do you think Matt Brick spends in Muscatine, either visiting with you or Jerry Evers or Brett Talkington?
It depends on whether we're in union negotiations or not, honestly. Usually his personal presence is if we're in union negotiations or we have some sort of a hearing or deposition or something like that. Otherwise, most of our contact with him is by phone or email.
That's good.
Thank you, Dwayne. We should be moving to 20? Yes.
City administrator.
Okay, I'll just point out a few things in this budget, money-wise. The revised estimate is actually $15,900 less than the original budget. Personal services are $52,200 under. The budget did allow for the new administrator to start July 1, and it wasn't till August 24th, I believe, that she began. So personal services are under by $52,200. Some of that was offset by, it was a $21,900 increase for the interim city administrator. We had $12,000 in relocation costs for Carol, and then there was a net $2,400 increase in other line items. So in total, it's under, but it was a net effect of several different things. Next year, proposed budget is $9,700 higher, 2.2%. And I think the new request this year was $14,000 for a community survey. And I think Carol can address that.
Yeah, so this is a best practice of cities, is to do a community survey. There's a firm that the International City County Managers Association uses that issues the National Citizen Survey. Muscatine did do one of these back in 2011, which if you haven't seen it, it's on the city's website. So you might search that. And basically what it does is gets feedback from your community. The good thing about the survey is it's benchmarkable. So you can see where you are relative to other cities of similar size and similar locations. So I would recommend doing this because it also aligns with your strategic plan around getting engaging your community and getting feedback from your community. They asked a lot of questions about sort of citizens' perception of your service, whether they feel the community's safe, those kinds of things. They evaluate parks and rec options, so just the full gamut of what we do as city. So I would ask that we put some money aside to do a survey, since it's been 10 years since you've done one.
And out of that last one came the 2012 community plan, or wasn't that correct?
The long range?
Yeah, so out of the survey from 2011 came the 2012 plan.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's very
typically
helpful.
It's the voice of the community. It helps guide a council's strategic plans, a community's comprehensive plans. And again, like I said, it's benchmarkable, so you see where you are relative to your peers. I would mention a lot of cities do this every 2 years. They have it on a regular schedule. So whether or not you wanted to invest this amount of money every 2 years, but I would certainly think it's time for one after 10 years.
I would agree.
Me too.
Yeah, 2 years might be too frequent, but in the 3 to 5 might be.
Yeah.
Yep,
I mean,
We're
I
looking
think,
at-
is that an opportunity for policy, so we have something that can be tracked and brought forward to the next councils to say, we established a policy to do this more frequently,
Right. I'd be okay with every 4 years, and I would welcome being convinced that it should be more frequent than that, but 4 years would be.
Are we looking at a mail-out survey style, or what are you looking at?
There is a menu of options. What I priced in here was, I believe, sort of a mailing, and then I think they do some online stuff too. So it's a combination of those. I could send you the quote. We got a quote for it, so I could send you the quote, and it tells you how it's done. The survey just, you can get a PhD in surveys. It's a complicated thing. So they have a sort of an approach, that's based in science around how do you collect defensible data. Yeah.
So my question is, how long before we get the results from the survey? Once you say yes, does it take them 30 days, 60 days? How long before we get?
I don't know the answer to that. I think it's a fairly quick turnaround time, but I could check into it.
No, I'm just curious. It's not a big issue. If we agree to do it, we're gonna do it. I just thought.
Yeah.
What's gonna, we're gonna have to promote adoption, get people to do it, whether electronically or through mail. I mean, there's that whole communication plan. The metrics are on the easy side because they've already got that dialed in, but setting the right questions too for each community might be slightly different. I don't know. So it's done in 60 days.
I think there's standard questions, and then you can add additional questions based on what you're trying to find out in your community. So it's a menu of options. But yeah, you're right. I think it tells your community that you care about what they think, and a good way for them to guide your, your agenda.
It's a good thing.
And
One
so
thing about
I'm sorry, Dennis. Go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. One thing about surveys, and I get a lot of them, and you get all these all in the mail, how many you get throwaways? So I think we need a little promotion for the survey so that people understand that if it comes in the mail or if it's on email or however we send it out, that they understand that this is for the city's use and not just some random survey coming out of nowhere.
I'm sure there'll be an excellent marketing campaign to go along with it.
Yeah, well, for sure. The good news is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Cities have a format for this, that we can just scale to our needs and size, but it's not something we'd have to create from scratch.
So under the city administrator, we also have Kevin, our communications manager, and Cinda, our administrative
Yay for Cindy.
assistant.
Yay, Cindy.
Yes.
Cinda's the only one who gets applause.
Well, she gave me a prime rib steak last year. So
And Kevin is online, so if we need him to weigh in on anything, we can do that.
So their metrics are here. I know the communications metrics are all here as far as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, and LinkedIn.
I'd just like to know is, all these Facebook likes and stuff, and I've been around it long enough to know that they don't always mean a whole lot as far as what's going on. I just want to kind of know what the kind of responses you get from the Facebook. I know they're not good always, but are they always negative? Are they good? Are they bad,
Oh,
or
there's
what?
good ones too. There are some good ones. It
I
just
don't do
depends on which
Facebook, so I don't
page.
have any idea. I
These
just
are only
stay-
our city-managed
Yeah.
pages and not the offshoots, the other.
Right.
But what I don't see on here in the metrics is like on our website, our city site, which I'd like to see is page hits, click-throughs, and things like that, so we know that, can people use our website to find this document easier? You know, Facebook is probably dwindling a little, and we need to do good. I think Kevin's press releases and communications have improved the last couple of years. There's a lot of great information that goes out, and it's consistent, and it's fast, and I think it's great, but how do we get people to subscribe to it and know all that valuable stuff?
Well, that's
And there's
basically
so
what I
many
was
different ways to communicate. So, I mean, seeing the numbers go up, and like I said, I subscribe to probably too many, so I get duplicates. But how do we promote that, you know? But I'd like to see our website here too, or maybe that's on John's.
No, we can do that. Kevin can do that. I thought of that, and it slipped my mind. We didn't think to add it, but
Yeah.
I think we can do Google Analytics and figure
Yes.
out, maybe target your website improvements to the most visited pages, things like that. I know, with having links on the most visited pages to the things that you want the community to see. So there's a lot of opportunity here. It's challenging with a department of one. We do the best we can with the resources that we have, but honestly, I think that this area is ripe with possibilities. It just is, and I think, thinking about how do we move not just toward pushing information out, but more of a community engagement and public involvement model.
Might be an opportunity for an intern too,
Yeah.
to help Kevin and have somebody guide and, can work on things that he needs, like on the website metrics and stuff.
Yeah.
So who does it fall under? Is that,
it's me.
is that you, Cinda, Kevin, or is
Kevin
it John?
reports to me. Kevin reports to me. He does all of the really public, engagement, messaging. And then some of the departments like the library, the art center, others have a police department. They have they have some pages that they manage and all of that. But I mean, it's a team, but Kevin's the lead on
So it's,
on the messaging.
and for some reason, I was thinking John Krusenstein
Does he
did the
do that?
website.
Uh,
No, it's
He
Kevin.
used to be more involved in the website.
Okay.
Kevin has kind of taken,
Okay,
And Kevin does an excellent job of keeping the website up to date. Cinda does too, getting things posted in actually, it's, I think for a community of this size, it's really evolved. It's really advanced what they do with getting, the public records online. Many cities don't have any of this. So just know that sometimes when you're in the environment, you don't realize that it's a best practice. I mean, even this budget book, many cities only have the state required pages. They don't have the level of detail. So I'm not saying this because Nancy's sitting right next to me, but it really is, this is best practice stuff. So I just want you to know that.
any other?
I do have a question on the other teams or departments that don't use, because it looks like we do allocate out to some departments because Kevin manages their parts. Like the drainage, public works, admin, refuge, they pay a portion. But the customer facing, the more customer facing, like the art center, the library, are managed by their own. Do they use Kevin as a resource or a voice of reason or somebody? Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
they
I want to
do.
make sure that he's guiding the branding of Muscatine.
Yeah,
Can we-
yes, they do.
Okay.
Departments, if they want to, like I said, it's a team approach. I think departments get with Kevin, if the library is going to have closed hours, alternate hours, he pushes that information out. So they have some of their own processes based on the clients they're serving and their needs, but they work together.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you.
And Carol mentioned to us last week that her and Cinda are going for some more city clerk.
Oh, yes, yeah, Cinda and I are going to attend a City Clerk Institute that's offered through Iowa State and Iowa League of Cities. It's a three module training, and the first and the third are virtual, which we're attending in February, and then in July it's in person. But good training just around records management, all the things that clerk, and since I'm your clerk, I should probably know what I'm doing. But Cinda's really, she serves kind of as a deputy clerk to me, and she really does all the records management. So we're just wanting to make sure that we're, knowing what we need to know and doing what we need to do. The good news, it's really cheap. The Institute's very inexpensive per credit hour, so we're able to get that training. Yep.
Great.
We probably should already know, expected that, because all of us, I'm not sure if the new people that came on last, but Kelsey, Nadine, and all of the three of us went to the same training, and our first year in, I think right behind you, because back then they explained to, it was mandatory that city council people go to this. I've actually been the one with Miss Nancy for budgeting.
And the new ones didn't get an opportunity because of COVID.
Oh, okay.
But now they're getting an opportunity
Okay,
this year
yeah.
because they've opened it back up online, I believe.
Yeah, they, at least two parts of it they did, and I know Kelsey and Peggy wanted to go. If anybody else wants to go to that, but it's all online, so you can stay home and do it.
I
but-
made it to the in-person one
Oh, you
up
did?
in
Okay.
Coralville. the
Did you?
first- Oh, yeah,
Good,
yeah.
good.
Because the timing was right, and it was before I was sworn in, but I was able to get up there, but I wanted,
Great.
the other modules, now we're getting signed up for
They're very
those.
helpful.
Oh, yeah.
They are.
It's also pretty good for networking.
I don't talk to strangers.
So so what we've done in the council budget and in mine is really just list out the strategic plan, because I'm overall, I'm accountable to supporting you and delivering those things, but I also have my work plan, which was a condition of my contract that I provided to all of you, and I'll continue to give you a quarterly report on how I'm achieving those objectives. So.
And, that's another big accomplishment in this area, the strategic plan that was so outdated that we've been able to work together as a team through with your guidance to
And you'll
really
see,
clean that up.
yeah, and you'll see every department linked their objectives to the strategic plan. So
Good.
there are some objectives that aren't listed just because they're sort of just standard work, but many of the objectives link, and folks really did put a lot of effort into making sure they're making sure that your agenda is being progressing, moving forward.
And I would add on the assistance that I've received. So throughout the coronavirus, certainly Kevin and Cinda have helped me a great deal, be able to navigate everything while working from home and doing everything that I needed to do. Kevin has helped me, with Facebook stuff, and Cinda's brought stuff to me at home to sign, and many times trudging through the snow. So I've had a great deal of help from both of them and support as well. So we're on to, if everybody's good with City Administrator Department, we will move on to Human Resources. Stephanie, are you going to start, or Nancy, were you going to give a couple words first?
Yeah, I'll just go through the same type of thing. The HR budget is under, the revised estimate is under the original budget by $50,800. Most of that is because of deferring the HR generalist position. Deferring that is $67,900. But some of the savings was actually offset by increasing contractual services. And then the other thing is the office assistant that's half finance and half HR. The new office assistant also has family health insurance, which added to the cost. But overall, it's under because of the deferring the position. Next year's proposed budget is also $52,000 less than the original budget for this year. It also, and that is based on continuing to defer that position. There's also so that would be 61,700, reduction in contractual services, a 10,300 increase in labor attorney costs, and a $600 net decrease in other line items. The budget continues to include funds for citywide training. So, I don't know, Stephanie, if you wanted to point out some things.
I'd say that last year was one of the more interesting in my career. I actually happened to be on vacation when COVID started. About halfway through my vacation, we were watching the news from abroad going, I hope we can get home, or maybe we're going to be stuck here, or maybe we're going to be stuck in LA. But we made it home, and to a very, very, very empty Los Angeles airport, which was a really surreal experience to be the only person walking down the corridor. And so when I got back, Nancy and Greg Jenkins, who was the interim city administrator at the time, had started working on the city's COVID policy and how we were going to navigate the situation. And I picked it up from there, working with what they'd started. And it seems like the next, 3 or 4 months, that's about all I did was try to keep tweaking the policy to keep up with what was happening and understand what was being recommended and helping department heads and employees navigate what was expected of them in terms of when they could work and when they couldn't. And so that consumed an awful lot of time, but it's been an interesting process, and I think that we navigated it about as well as we could have. And so another activity, of course, was assisting council with the process of hiring a recruiter and ultimately hiring the new city administrator, who's sitting here with you today. So those were two of the big issues that I dealt with in the past year, along with all of the regular ongoing HR things that occur. In the upcoming year, I guess, Carol and I have been working on focusing on some training ideas and what her priorities are and how we want to structure those things. We have about 40 employees, supervisors, and a few non-supervisors going through an online crucial conversations training right now, which I think is I'm finding really interesting, and everybody I've talked to is finding it a really helpful training to improve communication skills, because that's an area everyone can always improve in, right? And we're looking at priorities and how we want to structure some other training things. Other things in HR that we're going to be working on is we're discussing a compensation survey more formally. I do them informally every other year or so. It's been about 7 years, probably 6 or 7 years since we did the more formal one, and it's probably about time to also look at doing that again to ensure that we're keeping up with appropriate pay rates for our pay structures current. So we're discussing that, and I'm also be refocusing again on job description updates. We try to do that every 3 or 4 years too, to ensure that those are up to date, and as people's roles change, the job descriptions change with it. So those are kind of the primary focuses I have at the moment.
Stephanie, I was reading on page, was it 30? Yes, about the medical reimbursement stuff and the medical payments. So can you explain a little bit more about our process with the way we pay out? So like if somebody that works for us needs a prescription, and how our insurance works, and then you have to authorize those, how that works?
That's specifically for police and fire retirees who are on disability retirement.
Right. So can you explain how that
So
works?
there are, I would say, a half a dozen people. We use a bill review service to ensure that we're paying, that people are getting the care that they need, but we're not paying more than we need to be paying for it. And so some of the medications require approval. Many of them now we've been able to set up with like a ongoing approval. But there are some medications, because of the nature of the medication, that there are limits to what can be pre-approved. So I have to approve those and before the pharmacy will fill the prescription.
So is that what you meant, that you were working on that for the medical billing and drug testing, or is that were you referring to something else? Were you talking about drug screens?
So there's multiple processes involved in all of that, depending on what the bill is for. We have the police department and any of our CDL covered drivers are part of random testing pools, and on the CDL side, it's DOT required. The police have done it voluntarily, but we manage those appointments. The consortium does the drawing for us, and then we make those appointments and do the appropriate paperwork and record keeping.
We're part of the
associated with
consortium
those.
through Bi-State, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So that all.
So what were you referring to on this first HR work to review and improve the processes for handling medical billing and drug testing? What were you meaning?
So the medical billing that we handle is the work comp bills come through my office and we forward those to the work comp carrier, and we don't have a whole lot to do with that, other than that. But for police and fire, because of the system that they're under, all of those bills get processed through my office, and we have to keep track of them, send them to the bill review service, make sure that we're paying them according to what the bill review service, and there can be a whole lot of processes that go into that. And some of the providers, I won't mention any name, but some of the providers have really difficult billing processes to understand. And so it can get a lot of paperwork and really cumbersome, because we get sometimes multiple copies of the same bill, and trying to track down whether we've paid it or not so Jossie and I have been working on some ways to communicate with each other better about what is this bill for, who has it been paid, what stage of the process is it in. And then we also pay for all of the physicals, pre-employment physicals, and annual physicals that police and fire have to take. Those bills come through my office as well. So it's just a lot of material to handle.
So the improvement you're talking about is communication between you and Jossie?
Yeah, and processes with Shelley and accounts payable about how we are sure we're getting those things paid, and trying to keep track of them a little bit better, because they're quite voluminous.
So that was all outside of the approving the medicines. Those are kind of, you and I've talked about those before with retirees.
Yep.
So are you able to improve that process, or no?
I think we've improved it to the point that we're able to. Most of the medications that they're taking, unless there is a governmental limit on how the doctor can prescribe that, we've put on an ongoing prescription process, so they only have to be reviewed annually. But there are some medications, because they're a controlled substance or whatever the case is, that they have to be improved on an ongoing basis, or a 90-day basis, or whatever.
And that's what I was asking, was that process, has that been approved or improved, so that, like, if you weren't there, somebody else could do it, and there's a plan there?
Yes,
so that,
Jossie has access to that
very
as
good.
well. Yep, she gets the same emails I get, so.
Great, thank you.
I would just add, so Stephanie, she's noted here some of the work she's doing with community development and public works around organizational design, so that helping departments optimize their design to better serve customers. That's a heavy lift, and I think the work that she and Jody, you'll hear more about that too, is good, because a lot of the community contact that we have, and frankly the complaints that you get, are around some of these community development issues. And so just so you know, there's work going on to optimize that to better serve our community.
Much
Stephanie,
appreciated. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Peggy.
just want to say thank you for that explanation, because this is sort of a hidden, I don't know if you're going to call it a gem, but a task that you do, and when you say, well, it's only about 6 retirees, and you're like, yeah, but this is medicine, it sort of moves up. It's not like quantity, it's quality of life, and didn't realize how involved you were with that process that you would hope would have been simpler, you know. I appreciate you guys taking it on and trying to improve it, and then, you know, just tracking, you know, drug testing and physicals and things like that. You have a lot of things, and again, that's why we're encouraging the growth in your department. I know, deferring to Carol's recommendation to see the right type of, you know, team makeup, but you're doing great. I mean, it's amazing, because I didn't know you did that, and then when I heard 6 people, my mind goes, oh, 6, and I'm like, oh, it's medicine. They need it.
Well, yeah, and it's 6 people that are retired that we deal with, but it's all of the also current police, fire,
It's amazing.
injuries, illnesses that they have that are that, so it's more than the
Yeah.
6 people.
Well, thank you for the explanation and everything, and
Sure.
I mean, we need to make sure we support other teams. We need to make sure that we support HR, because they're taking care of our team. You know, and we need to make sure we take care of the team. So, thank you.
I knew it was improving because I used to get calls, you know, on a Friday late. I didn't get my medicine improved and I need my medicine for the weekend and what am I supposed to do? And I haven't had any of those for a while. So that's what I was thinking that you were talking about when you said you improved the process.
Yeah.
I just had a short question. I was just looking through the retirements and stuff. How many retirements do we anticipate this year? And is there somebody in the line to move into those positions?
We have a few retirements.
I know I've had 1 or 2 already.
Yeah, the office coordinator in the fire department is retiring here in a couple of months, and we've posted for her position. Off the top of my head, I can't. I'd have to go back and take a look. Off the top of my head, I can't.
Okay.
I think your question, though, is getting at succession planning.
Yeah.
So some departments have built into their structure being able to do this, like police and fire, they have assistant chiefs and, you know, captains and things that kind of naturally have been trained to do that. Other departments, we have opportunity to do that, I would say.
I'm just looking
Yeah.
at, we've got several departments, so there's only 1 person or 2 people running that department, and when one of those is gone, yeah, we got a problem, especially with the amount of
It's a
stuff that they
challenge.
have to do. I just was wondering where that, based on this.
Yeah, that is definitely a challenge.
I think, too, for the most part, this is some of the work that we're doing. Stephanie and I are talking a lot about leadership development within the organization. Crucial Conversations is a tool I've used over the years that we give all supervisors about how to have productive feedback conversations with your staff, or how to address conflict. When you move up the ladder into leadership, and it becomes more about soft skills than just what you know. And so just trying to develop that in people before they get to the point of needing to implement those skills.
Well, there's a lot of them, though, that are specific needs that person has to cover, and not always a clerk can fill those needs, so that's...
We saw that work very smoothly with Brett's team just this past month, how he had everything all laid out for people to move into those roles, and I think that was very successful.
Those departments lend themselves well to, because of the rank structure, to opportunity for
Any other
development.
questions for Stephanie? She's got quite a few accomplishments here. Performance measures are on the top of page 30. I think we've went through them. I did want to ask you to refresh our memory, if you would, on our union contracts. I know we just did some for several years, so what do we have coming up?
The only thing that we have upcoming for this year will be negotiating wages with the Blue White for the last 2 years of their contract. So we had negotiated the first 3 years and left the last 2 years open.
Because it was a 5-year, wasn't it?
It's a 5-year
Yes.
contract, yep. So just wages will be open, and we'll probably start discussing that with them late summer, early fall.
And fire?
Fire has a 5-year contract.
So we're good on that, and police?
Or, I think it was a 4-year contract, actually, to get them back in line with
I think it was too.
the same schedule with police and Blue White.
And police are good for 2 more years?
3, I think.
3.
Yep.
So it should be a light year.
Yes.
Very good. Any,
At least union negotiation wise.
yeah, oh, yeah.
The other thing I'd mention that I meant to mention and didn't was, we've been actively working, taking the lead in the Healthy Hometown projects in town, or kind of rekindling. Wellmark did a spin-off, for lack of a better word, a spin-off program of the Blue Zones project, and created this Healthy Hometown program, and we've been, several city staff members are involved, and we've been kind of taking the charge and rekindling some of the energy and motivation that was behind that. And so that's been a really great project, and we're starting to see some momentum and excitement built for supporting projects that will allow for that, the trail kind of projects and playgrounds and quality of life things that help improve. And that's been a really rewarding process to be part of.
Yesterday, I was on a meeting with our Region 9 Transportation Plan, the Policy Committee, and of course, our trails are always a big part of that meeting, and we are just really fortunate to have the extensive trail system that we have, and it is a benefit to our entire area, not just Muscatine. So, and the Region 9 Transportation Plan includes all of Muscatine County as well as rural Scott County. So, really excited to see. Of course, we worked on our long-range plan till 45, which is a really long one. But we're really fortunate to have that planning system for us, and certainly be able to highlight all of our stuff. And it is, I mean, you're right with the blue zones. It's always sad, I think, to me, when we have this huge movement and we're working on bettering the community, and we have this big project going on, and then pretty soon the funding's gone, and then, okay, it's over. And then we move on to the next big and better, and I think we need to have that continuity going forward to really reap the benefits. It's great at the beginning, but let's keep stuff going instead of just ditching it. So I was really happy to see Wellmark working on that project, and I know the Y's involved in that as well, and it'll be a big help to a lot of people. Anything else for Stephanie?
Not on HR.
Okay.
Risk management is also Stephanie's.
Yep.
So
Thank you. So risk management, you will find at the top of, if I can move my fingers here, 34.
And this budget, the revised estimate is actually under the original budget by $35,000, primarily due to insurance costs coming in under what we'd estimated. However, next year, it's proposed to be $34,000 higher than the original budget because of increased insurance cost, $32,000, and then $32,800 in insurance costs, $1,400 in personal services costs. The insurance costs, and Stephanie can get into this more. A lot of the reason for the larger increases is in ICAP with the derecho, and a lot of the member cities in ICAP had significant damages from the windstorm. And there's also projected to be an increase in police liability insurance, and that's the current legal climate with police officers. And I know that Stephanie did review this. There's some trends in the chart on the top of page 35. And I think that's part of the same slide that you saw during Stephanie's review at the in-depth meeting. Especially you want to hit that one.
Yes, that was gonna be my first thing. All right, yeah, so biggest accomplishment this year was we had 0 lost time injuries, so I was very pleased with that and give a lot of the credit for that to the departments for paying attention to safety and really focusing on finding light duty work for employees who can work but not maybe do their whole duty, but we're finding things for them to do. And so we were able to have this year without any lost time injuries, which is
Very good.
really good for the exposure and the size of our organization. And, our employees are exposed to a variety of difficult environments to work in sometimes. So that, I would say that's our primary accomplishment for the year. The safety committee meets once a month, and we are in the process of doing a safety review sort of audit in each department. Employees who are auditing departments that they don't work in, because you get used to the environment you live in. So this gives them a chance to have some fresh eyes and look at. So we're in the process of working our way through those and then making recommendations back to the departments about where we see things that might have been overlooked or could be improved. And that's going well, and hope to have that wrapped up by the end of the fiscal year. And then we'll, if we've seen themes or common issues, we'll design some training and recommendations, have an action plan around those kinds of topics.
Who's on that team?
It's a combination of, there's representation from almost every department, and it's a combination of employees and supervisors and me.
Okay. There's no council rep on that?
No, it's a staff committee.
Okay.
The other thing I've been working on, but COVID threw a wrench in the works as well with this, was to have an in-house OSHA 10-hour course so that our supervisors could all, and employees that it was appropriate for, could go through that training, but they're not currently doing those in person, so we'll wait. We're waiting until we get an opportunity to do that in person, but that's one of the goals I'm hoping we'll be able to accomplish sometime in the next year. Several of the supervisors and employees have gone off site to do that in the past couple of years, but I'd really like to have everybody have that. So we were hoping to bring it in-house. The other accomplishment I'd say is we were audited or reviewed by the Iowa DOT for our drug testing processes, and to ensure that we're doing everything correctly, and other than a couple of minor suggestions they had for improving our process, we're in compliance with everything that we're supposed to be doing. So that was nice to know that we're doing things the right way. And other than that, I guess those would be the main things. At the insurance review, I did an in-depth meeting a couple weeks ago. We talked about the process of going out to see what other options there might be for insurance, and so that process is beginning. They sent me all the paperwork I need to do, what's the word I want? This is early on a Saturday morning for me, just saying.
Applications.
Applications, thank you. That I have to fill out to get a quote from some of the other insurance carriers. So I'm working on those, and we'll get those out, and when we have information back, we'll let you know.
Stephanie, I have a small question. On page 36, at the bottom, it says you do drug testing for the police.
Yes,
We don't drug test the fire department?
we do not.
Wow.
It's not required, and it's a bargainable, we would have to bargain for that with the fire department. The police chose to voluntarily wanted to do that. I don't remember how many years ago, 10 plus years ago, in response to a police officer who was convicted of some drug charges. And so the group wanted to be tested to ensure that they didn't have any other issues with that, and to publicly reassure people that this is not a widespread issue in the police department. We've been doing that ever since. The fire department is tested in certain circumstances, mostly post-accident. So if they have an accident in a vehicle, in a fire truck or in an ambulance, they are sent for drug tests at that point, but we do not randomly test them.
Okay, I just found that interesting. Wow, okay, thank you.
There's a couple different ways in Iowa to do it, and we do pre-employment drug screens for
Yes.
everyone. And we do reasonable testing.
Reasonable suspicion. Mhm.
We do that for everyone also.
Everyone, yes.
Reasonable suspicion, but random only police and bus drivers, CDL
Well,
people,
DOT covered
anybody.
employees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so public works crews,
Yeah.
a few people at the treatment plant and the garbage collection staff is all in that pool.
And by state, as a region, does several different groups, so we can get better prices and better deals, like one for ordering supplies, everybody can go through them. Drug screens, everybody can go through them in our region, and that's a big help in cost savings and administration even.
But, Stephanie, in addition to that, any city employee driving a vehicle, if they have an accident, they get
Yeah,
drug tested?
all employees are subject to post-accident drug testing, yes.
Okay, I didn't know,
Yep.
I didn't hear that exactly, if that's what you said already, so, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I hadn't
Yeah,
said that.
okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Anyone else have any questions on risk management? I don't do 8 o'clock in the morning meetings.
Day's half over.
9 is my earliest.
Day's half over at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
You're
no,
one
no.
of those people, huh?
No.
Going with your
I'm ready
wife.
for a nap at 10.
And I was gonna touch base before we move on breaks. Typically at this time of day, we would take a break. But since we're not all getting up at the same time, I thought, why don't we just leave it loosey-goosey and everybody can get up as they need to? Does that work for everyone, or do you need me to set a set break time?
No, I think we're adults and,
That's what I was thinking, and we could just keep moving right on through.
yeah.
Okay. Nothing else for Stephanie then? Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank
I think
you.
we all recognize it's been a trying year, and
Yeah.
you've been able to accomplish good things anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, now we're gonna move on to finance. That would be Nancy. And we will start on page
40.
40. Go ahead.
The revised estimate for finance is actually over the original budget by 11,800. Personal services cost is a little more than that. That doesn't include moving the 25% allocation of the office assistant that was in parking to finance. We already had 25% of that position. The 25% that was in parking has been moved effective January 1 of this year to make the parking fund maintain a positive balance, basically. And you don't have the parking fund yet. We'll get that narrative out, and the parking fund is on the next Saturday's agenda. Personal services is also over because that office assistant position has family health insurance, and a year ago, we had budgeted for the current person in that position who had single. So those kind of combine for that increase over the original budget. Next year's budget, 49,300, 7.2% higher. Of that, 16,600 is that 25% additional allocation of the office assistant for the full year. And then the rest is in the regular, normal increases in employee wages and benefit costs. Next year, it includes 4,000 for the biannual city election. And then there's also a decrease since there's no biannual OPEB study needed next year. So those almost offset. There's a ongoing $1,400 increase in the annual maintenance costs are the financial software, and a net $1,000 decrease in other line items. Yeah, most of it is that allocation change in personal services increase. As far as, I'll just point out some of the things that finance has been involved with in the last year. We did have a successful sale of the bond issue in May. At that time, the financial market was shaky with the COVID stuff, but we did get 8 bids for the bonds and did have a successful bond sale. As you recall, we did a number of financial projections related to impacts of the COVID pandemic on the city's finances, and finally had and I think it's on page 42, the resolution officially taking action to address some of those. And some of those we've moved forward on, like the pavement management program. Page 43, there's been a number of things with the finance staff has been involved with doing the applications for the state COVID relief funding, and that was the $560,000. There's some, we had to do a FEMA application for COVID-related supplies. We had to do a FEMA application for our windstorm damage. We're still working on the FEMA from the 2019 floods, and we're getting closer to having those closed out. The 2 of the projects, though, they're under contract, but the contractor can't locate wood materials because of COVID. Their vendors can't even tell them when they're going to have them. So that's for the spillway lane fence and one of the boat dock, I think the gas dock project. And then the other one we're still working on, it's a very small amount of FEMA funds, but for the police range. Since we're relocating rather than rebuilding. Still, the CAT grant, there's 2 of the projects that aren't yet done, but finance staff will be doing the final requests for the West Side Trail and the Deep Lakes Park cabins, and that'll close out the CAT grant. We're also involved in the TIF economic development agreements, and on next week's agenda, we'll be approving the urban renewal plan amendment that includes those 3 housing developments, and also setting the public hearings on those 3, 2 senior and 1 family project. So it's, even with COVID, there's still a lot going on in the finance area. And I think that covers it. Any questions?
Go ahead, Dennis.
I was just wondering if there's any more funds that we know that we might be getting from the CARES Act that right now aren't in there?
I forgot to mention the CARES Act funding. I'm not aware of any additional funds out there, but we do have every CARES Act program, they have different requirements. The airport is pretty straightforward. I can just go online and request the funds. Housing, there's more requirements that Jody's working through for public housing in Section 8. Transit, and they have quite a lot of CARES Act funds. I think it's probably $1 million worth of CARES Act funds. And Amy's working with that. I think we're requesting some new vehicles with that, and then And those funds have actually allowed us to reduce that transit tax levy. So it all, in total, it's all of that helps balance the overall city budget this year. And then I think police had their special JAG COVID-related, and they're working through I think they've expended probably more than half of their funding. And you would think that they would all have the same expiration dates, but they don't. So departments and with finances assistance, we're working through all that.
Thank you.
And I would just mention the grant, what Nancy's covered, the grants, the relief funds, this is not easy to manage and track. And that group consumed all of that on top of all of their other obligations. So just want to recognize their team that this is a heavy lift, what they're talking about here. And when they all have different requirements.
Not necessarily free money. You work for it.
Yes.
Anyone have any questions for Nancy in finance? Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate all your hard work.
Well, I think we should also note that Miss Nancy routinely, regularly keeps getting awards for us for her expertise. I'll never forget when we went to the first training for the thing, and this guy was teaching, and when we said we were from Muscatine, he lit up. And it was, yes, I love Nancy, and da-da-da-da. And I told him, take a breath, man. Whoa, slow down. Anything to do with money, we love Miss Nancy. Miss Nancy, we love your expertise. Thank you so much. Yeah. I bet she sleeps with a calculator.
All right, we're going to move on to IT. Is John? There he is.
Yeah.
Right on time. You push the button, he boots up.
Come on in, John.
Good morning.
We've already been talking about you today.
I heard that.
Nancy, are you going to start?
Yes. The revised estimate is 800 less than the original budget. Personal services were higher, and capital outlay came in a little lower. The budget for next year, it's 19,100 more than the original budget for the current year. An increase of 10,700 in personal services cost, an increase of 7,600 in contractual services, an increase of 800 in capital outlay. Some of the contractual services is due to the annual software subscription, the increases in prices for those. The budget for next year, whoops, that was for next year. The FY22 budget will continue the arrangement we have with Windsor Consulting for that staff augmentation services. And it also continues the $50,000 transfer to the computer replacement fund. With that, I'll have John go over some highlights.
Well,
We don't get to see you very often,
Well,
so
I'm
we're
sure-
glad. Well, that one year we did.
I'm sure that, that everybody has started the same way, that it's been an interesting year. And once again, for our IT, it's also been interesting again. We did, obviously when COVID hit, we had to make some changes on how we operate, and even though IT staff was mostly in the building, or in the buildings, since we work out of so many different ones, since a lot of the staff were working, doing remote working, we had to kind of hustle and get a solution for exactly how we were going to handle that. We did do that at a fairly nominal price point. That is something we are going to continue going forward with. Not sure that how frequently that will be used in the future. Hopefully it's not as much as it will be, but obviously I think one thing that everybody has learned is that, that the work environment is going to be different going forward. And that's probably will be no going back from that. So I think we've set ourselves up well to continue going forward with kind of more of a, potentially more of a remote working. And I think that that's been positive for staff. They're able to do a few things remotely that they weren't unable to do in the past. So I think that was a positive. So that was kind of a process we went through this year that wasn't necessarily planned, but you know, I think planning for the unexpected is what we do. So that's kind of where we're at right now. The next year, we did request a couple of, well, one very sizable capital outlay that was at this particular point, I think it was not funded going forward. But it's probably one of those things that, just to bring it up, because this will be an expense that I think will probably be brought back up at the budget next year as well. That would be for a SIM and SOC solution. Basically, a SOC is a security operations center that would not be within our current IT staff, but it would probably be an outside contract organization. Basically, what that is it takes looks at kind of the log files from a bunch of different devices that are housed on our IT infrastructure, brings them into one place, and then there is a 24/7 operation that can respond to any threat that may potentially creep up in real time. Obviously, that's not a low expense, but that is something that we're going to be looking at going forward. And hopefully, maybe at some point, some of those dollar figures might tend to drop just a little bit. But I think it's kind of the nature of the way that digital security is going, to have an operation like that, either in-house or contracted out. And as opposed to having a in-house staff, like some of the larger communities in our area do have, I think the solution's obviously going to be much less expensive to contract that out. That is one thing I wanted to bring up, even though that's probably not a task that we're going to be able to get funded this particular year. But that is something I think looking at going forward. I think at some point it'll become a definite need.
Did you, so were you saying that you thought it did need it this year?
I did put it in as a budget request this year, yes.
Okay.
I understand the nature of the budget and how things operate. I wasn't necessarily surprised that was the request that wasn't funded. You know, but I think it's probably one of those things, I'll be honest, I'm probably keeping all the paperwork and it'll get submitted again next year. So it's kind of a large ongoing expense. I would consider that almost equivalent to hiring additional staffing.
Is that the $56,000 request?
That is correct, yes.
So I would add, Nancy and I talked a lot about this one because we do think ensuring that we have secure networks and cybersecurity is an important thing. I think for us, one is we had other really high priority needs. The cost, it's an annual commitment. And then also we're wondering if we could do a little bit more research and bring the cost down potentially in the next budget cycle. So we just felt like it needed a little bit more work before we would go ahead and fund it. So that was our rationale.
And I hate to bring up things that weren't funded first as opposed to things that are funded. And
This is the time to do that.
I don't want to think of make it look like Carol and Nancy aren't
Oh,
doing
not
their
at all.
job.
Not at all.
God, I don't-
It's an
you
open
know,
discussion.
It's just it's a point that's going forward, and I think we do look at kind of the next step, what will happen going forward, and I think that's probably going to be a step that will be taken, if not this year, probably in the next couple.
And it's kind of like pay for prevention or pay for fixing later.
Right, exactly.
Kelsey has a few things to say.
Do you, and I'm not looking for an exact number, but do you have a rough number on what it cost the city when we had the compromise?
Oh,
Do you have that number, Nancy? I know that there were Insurance paid for a large portion of that.
Most of it was paid for by insurance. I mean,
Okay.
there was a lot of staff time involved, but as far as direct cash outlays, I'm not sure we had that
No,
much.
staff time would be included in, in my mind, in the expense of that situation. Also the loss of, public confidence, I think, in the operation. Now, granted, that's been addressed in a number of ways at this point by bringing on the consulting firm, but, I would agree with John that I think that this is something that's at some point we absolutely need to do. It is responsible computing to track the activity, and this type of solution that would very likely have prevented what occurred to us, because the activity that was going on would have been noticed as unusual activity and brought to John's attention, and then, prevented, and in that situation, without going into deep detail, I think that, what would have happened is this type of solution would have pointed out a weakness that we had, before it was exploited, and it could have been fixed before any problems occurred. But in a network this large with only 2 IT staff, it's very difficult to maintain security over all of the potential access points in a network like that. So
We were asking for it, basically,
I mean, if this had been included this
that
year,
we weren't doing everything we could.
Well, I
Not on you at
No,
all.
I will be honest, I take that personal.
I don't
Okay,
mean it
I
that
took-
way at all.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not saying
I
what I
know.
take personal what you said. I took personal what happened.
Oh, I know you did.
We
How
know.
could you not?
I mean, Nancy kind of kept telling me at that particular time that I needed to stop taking it personally, and I still, it's 2.5 years later, and I still take that personally.
Sure.
That happened, I mean, I could put a sign on my desk that says "Buck stops here." It's a situation that had happened, and I think it probably opened my eyes and everybody in this room's eyes when that happened, and all of staff as well. Obviously we've made a whole number of changes since that point. I think we've still got changes we need to continue to make, and that's probably going to be one of them.
And I think Kelsey was making the point that we were trying to, it wasn't your fault, it was probably more on us for trying to pile that much work on 2 individuals.
Yeah.
It's a big system, and
Yes.
you were doing all of Muscom at that time as well.
Yes, I was. And actually, it was
a
Muscom. It was a Muscom side that
Right.
actually happened on, yes.
Peggy was next.
Well,
Ladies first.
okay, well, I just want to sort of mirror, I think, maybe what Kelsey's saying and stuff too. I never want to take a $56,000 hit on budget, but the problem is this environment is changing all the time. We have to plan a year out, or 6 months, but we don't get to adjust every 3 months for things like this. This is moving too fast, and I think we really have to take this into consideration, because anything IT related, security related is not going to wait a year.
So you think we need to take a look at it more
I
seriously
would- I-
now?
Yeah.
No, I believe that Carol and Nancy looked at it very seriously. It's just that we tend to be a little, we want a beautiful balanced budget. We want safety, security, happiness for our people, which is right. But this is safety and security. And you fought the battle 2.5 years ago. You did a great job. But we didn't learn from it. We didn't put it in this year's budget or last year's budget. So, I mean, I would have leaned towards spend on this one, just to get us to that point. And knowing we're gonna have to spend it every year, hopefully we can drive that cost down. But appreciate what you do, but I would prefer us be on the side of caution and prevention, so we don't have to go through this again, because it is changing daily.
Well,
So that's just my thought.
I know I don't want to have to go through it again either.
and I can,
I'm going to kind of mirror this, what Peggy just said. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and don't have it. It just makes more sense to me. After hearing in the news where other countries are attacking computer systems here, and like, really? That's the last thing I want to hear. And I remember how I had to compliment you because other people were telling me how great of a job you were doing recovering our issues. I don't want us to have that problem. I'd rather for us to take the money now and put it in place and figure out something else later. I just don't want to even think about that. I want to keep everybody's information and giving full disclosure. Sometime this afternoon, there's a guy from the Geek Squad going to my house because somebody attacked my router and I can't get in online at home. Seriously?
All right.
I got a question too, yeah.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Go ahead.
If the system gets added, how long does it take to implement it, and how soon would it be under?
It's a sizable project. I mean, basically what that would be, we would have to go, pretty much create an RFP to go out to multiple companies. And, I've looked at a couple of different products, obviously, but I mean, I think it would probably be 6 months.
So if we're looking at a year before we fund this project, and we're looking at another 6 months after that before we could get it implemented?
Well, I mean, it would be one of those situations where if it was funded, obviously the RFP process can be pretty lengthy. I think that process would probably be started prior to the funding year beginning. So would it be 6 months? Well, I guess I'm still going to go with my original statement. Even at that point, it would probably still be 6 months.
Timeline
I am
is-
not
yeah.
so bold as to say that when we would bring a service on like this, that they probably wouldn't find potentially hundreds of issues that need to be addressed.
So we could go a year and a half or 2 years before it's fully implemented? No?
Well, I mean, basically, it's one of those things that I think what I just said there would be things that would be hundreds of items that need to be addressed. I would expect every single year there to be items that need to be addressed. So how long would it be? It's an ongoing process. It's a continuous ongoing process of this happening. I think could a contracted SOC be monitoring our network in a fairly short period of time? Probably once all the paperwork got completed, RFP being done, I would say 3 months.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nadine.
I tend to agree with my other council members that I know Nancy and Carol have done a lot of research on this and gave it careful thought. But when we are in the day and age where our government systems are being attacked by foreign leaders, and we know our government systems have probably a lot more security than our own do, I would rather be proactive and get this in place so that we aren't faced with another problem like we had a couple of years ago, or something even worse.
One thing to kind of give an example on exactly what we're talking about here, and I know that Kelsey's probably aware of this. I'm not sure how many other people are, but yeah, about 2 to 3 months ago, it was in the news very heavily. There was a solar winds. Did anybody aware of what I'm referring to? Okay, basically what found that was a company. It wasn't Solar Winds that actually found that being a problem. It was actually a company called FireEye that actually found that problem. Actually, FireEye is used by the city of Davenport for this exact thing we're talking about. Davenport actually has their own in-house SOC. We're not that large, obviously, but so that's one of the reasons we're looking at having a contracted SOC.
Go ahead, Peggy.
so I've just got 2 comments. One, I really think this is worth, we talked about putting things on our open
Yeah.
items discussion. I really think this is one of the topics that we need to move there. And John, I got a question for you, because we're talking about a $56,000 spend first year, second year, ongoing.
Yes.
But what's your implementation cost? Because is that included in the 56,000, or are we talking another 25, 30, 40,000
No,
on top of that?
that would be included within that.
Okay, because you shouldn't implement every year, but it
Right,
sounds like there's
yeah,
updates,
exactly.
so.
I mean, obviously, I think there's going to be a large amount of staff time involved the first couple of years.
Yeah,
with
and maybe we
implementation, but
contract out to some local municipalities that have SOC people that we could
yeah.
rent
and-
some hours from on occasion.
And we do have the city consultant as well, so.
Perfect.
We can kind of relate.
Well, I'd like to recommend that we put this on open items and bring it back for discussion, because there sounds like there's enough interest to,
And it takes 4, and I think we clearly have 4 to put that on an ad for us at the end.
If I may,
Yes.
so just a couple things. So I don't want anyone left with the impression that we're not doing anything in this space, because there were a couple things that John asked for that we did recommend for funding. One, which is 2-factor authentication, and there was one other I can't remember. So if John could highlight those. So
We talked about those last year. We
Well,
did.
there's an additional one
Okay.
in this
Yeah,
budget.
right.
Oh, hold
Well,
on a minute,
we're-
John, let me,
I'm
just a
so- I'm
second, I'll
sorry.
come back to you. The other is, as Nancy pointed out at the beginning, there were $2.5 million more requests than we were able to fund. So this is the first thing you're hearing, but there are going to be others. So I think it's a good idea to put it on your open items list and then compare it relative to other needs. And then the other is that this is, as Peggy pointed out, an ongoing expense. Where we have requests that are one-time, it's easier to fit it in versus this, an ongoing need for the fund. And that's one reason why we thought, maybe we need to sharpen our pencils a little bit and think about, is there another way to do that that would not burden the general fund as much? So I just wanted to put that out there for food for thought.
And we do get, on that last day, all of our things that we have on that list, we do sit and really hash them out as far as ongoing or one time and what's most needed and what's not, and do a lot of juggling there. Go ahead, John, if you want to explain some of the things that Carol was referring to.
Yeah, right, and then, of course, there were obviously some things that were recommended for funding as well. Multi-factor authentication, which is really what we're talking about, is a zero trust solution that basically means that, I'll just put it this way. I'll just say passwords suck. If you really want if you want a cure for insomnia, I would read NIST Special Publications 800-63. But basically, that's where the password rules that everybody uses came from. The interesting thing is that NIST Special Publication 800-63 was updated in 2017, which has been, that's 4 years ago now. But basically what they said is everything they told us in the original document, that was, I think, in 2002?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. They pretty much said everything we said in that first draft was wrong. Okay? But the problem with that being is that a lot of the regulatory bodies that we still have to comply with, PCI, CGIS, HIPAA, unfortunately, they haven't changed their password requirements. So what we're trying to do is go with kind of a combination of both. So where we still, those regulatory bodies that we have to comply with, how we are going to still continue to form with those regulatory bodies, but actually add some additional layers as well, and going with multi-factor authentication is kind of one of those things we can do to kind of help.
in our personal lives, we already use it.
Right.
Whenever you deal with your bank or things like that, you're already using multi-factor authentication.
Right.
Good luck. We implemented it in March, so, but it makes sense.
Yeah. So that's kind of the other big project that I was looking at for next year as well, so. I know I did hear some questions about the iPads as well prior to me entering the room. I know that's been requested on a few different occasions. I don't think that was ever actually funded by council. So to date, that hasn't actually, we haven't actually gotten into that environment. But obviously, the cost has dropped substantially since I think even the last time we looked at it. So if there was any questions regarding that, I would be more than happy to entertain those as well.
And we did put that in the budget.
Okay.
So, so now you are not doing Muscom. Did you want to address that a little bit.
That is correct. It's kind of I will say that's a work in progress. I do not have a lot to do with Muscom any longer, but with Shield, the software that's operated between the city, the county, and Muscom, and a couple of the outlying organizations as well, such as West Liberty Police and Fire and Wilton as well. That the way that software operates, I'm still going to need to be involved with that. But anyway, it has definitely reduced the burden on my small department, which I think has been very, very positive. There are some things that I think it would maybe be in our best interest if I was able to help out a little bit there as well, because, you know, an officer comes to me and says, hey, I've got this issue, and I kind of go, you know, I wish I could help you out, but I really don't even have any way of helping you. You know, I think that might be kind of a bit of a shortcoming there, that I've been removed so much from it, but you know, I think it's been positive overall. Definitely positive for us. I think it gives Muscom probably a little more direction than I was able to give kind of working in my spare time with them. So I think it's been, overall, I think it's been very positive.
I've heard good things both ways, you know, and certainly that, you know, takes a lot off of your plate.
Yes.
I would like to add that I think you've put so much effort into making sure that everybody's doing their due diligence on safety. You know, all the different little things, little training episodes that you put out there, and little tests and surveys for us to do to teach everybody how to be more aware, I think is really beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, we've kind of gotten back into that boat, and I have a lot of emails come to me a lot of times going, okay, is this one of your tests?
I send them over. I do it too.
So anyway, it's been, I think that's been a positive, we're kind of getting back into that.
I know you get reports sometimes on the outcomes of those.
Right.
Have you had any surprises that you can share? I mean, how have you felt about them?
I think it's been very, very beneficial, and actually somewhere here I've got some notes on what exactly our percentages were. We did a baseline test.
Page 51.
Okay. Yeah, we did a baseline test, and at that point we had a fish-prone percentage of almost 55%. That means that we had 45% of people pass, 55% failure. The last percentage that was done when I placed this document together was 3.3%. There's a industry average of 15.1. So we started out much worse than industry average. We've gotten much better.
Great.
The no before? Is that what it is?
Yes, no before.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting program, because when I got done with it, man, I've been really messing a lot of things up over the years, so I was happy to have gone through it.
Yes.
And I almost think those could be a performance measure for you, because that is something all of the staff and elected officials, that's got to be a big task to make that all work through.
You know, actually, one thing I've found out is that with that know before system, there's actually some HR training available as well, and I need to get with Stephanie regarding that, because it's already paid for at this point. So I think that'd be a positive there as well.
Thanks for being on the same schedule as the company I work for. So I get one and the other weeks apart. So I'm like, oh, fishing,
I
here we
forward
go
all my
again.
certificates over too.
We get bombarded.
Yep. Any other questions for John?
I just have a comment.
Okay.
I think that when I read articles about ransomware, they all start with, it's not if it happens to you, it's when. So I think with our wake-up call a couple years ago, I think we have taken a number of very positive steps to address that. Having Windsor be the staff augmentation, transitioning Muscom away from John's area, and then John's request there's very few times we put as much information in the budget about requests that aren't approved as we did that. It was one of the last things that Carol and I did to balance the budget. So it's not like we weren't supportive of this, but it was a high dollar amount and a recurring high dollar amount. But I think we've come a long way from where we were before the ransomware hit. I think that's a good thing.
I agree with Nancy, yes.
Thank you so much,
right.
John, for
Thank
coming
you.
down here on a Saturday to talk to us.
Let's do a GoFundMe page.
All right, next we're going to, I got a couple of cross marks to make here. Jody, Community Development.
That's the one.
Transition. Uh-huh. Nancy, are you gonna kick us off?
As soon as I figure out which page it's on, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
176.
I had it once.
I wrote it down.
Building and
I got it on here,
grounds.
176.
I did too.
Yeah, we'll go farther back into general fund, 176.
I got a cupcake stain on it and
Yep.
everything.
Here's where we got out of order.
I know, I know, that's how I got the cupcake stain.
We waiting for them, or should we proceed?
We can go ahead.
Okay. Community development,
What page are we on?
176.
In the general fund.
yeah, in total, the revised estimate for the community development budget is 100 less, but there were a number of realignments in that budget. There were about 70,000 of staff vacancies during the year, 500 increase in commodities, a 45,700 increase in contractual services, and a 23,700 increase in capital outlay. The contractual services, a lot of that is for increased nuisance abatement costs. The increase in capital outlay was their new SmartGov software. And City Council did, when Jody presented that request for the software, we deliberately left some positions open, vacant, to be able to fund that. So a lot of that was planned changes, but in total, the budget still was within the approved amount. Next year, the budget request is $86,900, about close to 10% higher than the original budget. And it's a net effect, personal services costs are $5,100 higher. Commodities, 500 less. Contractual services, that's proposed to increase by close to 100,000, 98,700. And there's a 6,200 decrease in capital outlay. And Jody can talk about these more, but that contractual services increase includes additional 12,500 for nuisance abatement costs, a new $50,000 allocation for tree removal to address primarily dead or dying ash trees on city right-of-way, 8,700 more in annual costs for their new software. And there's a new request also in contractual services for $25,000 for contracted grant writing services. So I think Jody can address those things as well as other topics.
I don't think I'll address other topics, really. So as you can see, we've discussed in the past, and you see it in the budget documents, that the building division and the permitting inspections has not really changed. The number of inspections they're doing, these have changed dramatically in terms of what they are. So they've gone from being largely commercial to mostly residential remodels, which has had a substantial increase on the revenue. The inspections have been tweaked to keep, how we do them has been tweaked to kind of keep not kind of, to just really keep staff healthy and the residents healthy. Some of these have been more successful than others, so we have started to go back to more of the social distancing mask protocols to keep people safe. More of the photo stuff, that seemed to be a little barrier. I'm not sure if it was our side or their side or both, but our staff wasn't comfortable with it, so we said, okay, we'll just go back to this, and that seems to be working okay right now. Housing inspections have been significantly reduced because we're not doing anything other than imminent health and safety inspections, as well as vacant unit inspections. So if a landlord comes and they want to register a rental for the first time and it's not occupied, we'll go inspect it. But if there are occupants in it, we do not currently go and inspect it due to the safety concerns. Unfortunately, that does mean that we will have a backlog when we get back to doing those inspections. But we have also continued doing many of the other tasks we do, working with small businesses on the loan program or other types of activities, working with developers to keep projects moving forward, processing tax abatement requests, that kind of stuff, as well as then, as you know, because Andrew comes and sees you a lot, revising code and doing that kind of stuff. So the proposed budget focuses just not on maintaining those services, though. As Nancy kind of alluded to, it talks about how we're going to improve our services and community conditions through tasks that, quite honestly, we were working on, but they really do, fortunately, tie into your strategic goals quite a bit. So we have shifted some staff focus to make that happen a little. I mean, kind of more thinking than focus, but shifting how we're working and how we're looking at what we do on a day-to-day basis to make sure, one, we're providing good service, what's the best priority. If we're looking at code updates, making sure that we're considering, is that readable to the person on the street? If we say, oh, here's a junk violation, does that actually translate clearly to a resident from what's in writing to what we're telling them is their condition? Those kinds of things. We started that with the residential rental registration process update, but that'll also be coming back with some clarity and some tweaks coming up. Like one of the things we noticed, because we are not doing the regular inspections, there's been some more discussion about a need to post units because of imminent health and safety. So we currently are addressing them under substandard buildings. Well, a lot of times it's not necessarily a substandard building. It's conditions that a tenant has created on their own. The structure of the building is fine, but the cleanliness of the building may be the issue, or the path for the public safety staffing to get to them if they have a medical emergency, that kind of thing. So one of the things that will be included in this revision will be an uninhabitable built unit definition and implementation, rather than kind of trying to fit it under something we already have. We're creating that additional piece. It's not huge, but just so you know, it's coming. But it is intended to be so people understand what we're telling them, and that it's not kind of this nebulous. We understand it by what we're doing, and we're interpreting it, and it's not technically wrong, but it's not really clear. At the same time, working on customer service at the front desk, at the interactions we have. It's the whole big picture. That being said, we have had a lot of staff changes, which resulted in a lot of staff savings, good or bad. So it seems like we just have a revolving door sometimes, but we're getting there. But that allowed us to look at our staffing and our organization of our staffing. So we are actually working on reorganizing how that staff flow works from so that we're spreading out some of the conversations and the oversight. But we are currently, on the community development side anyway, down to 1 or 2 vacancies, depending on how you look at it. So it's currently, it has been allocated in the past as 2 part-time staff people to do the code enforcement in addition to Michelle. We are proposing to change that to 1 full-time staff person, which we believe will help us get more quality candidates, as well as more quality commitment on the back end, both to the customer service part of it and to the ability to, the commitment to doing the job in the best capacity they can. So, with that said, we've also undertaken some team building in the department. As you know, when we combined housing and community development, they kind of continue to operate as two. So we've had some team building, and we've been working on being able to leverage individual skill sets to benefit the other side. So even when we get some of those imminent health and safety calls, it's like, okay, but can we get them somewhere else that's safe? Maybe they're not able to care for themselves, or maybe they do have some housekeeping issues. On the housing side, we deal with that fairly often. And so now we can help the code enforcement staff, or even the building inspectors sometimes get the random calls, and help them understand what those services are, make those connections with MCSA. So previously we used the MCSA contract primarily for the housing side, and now we're using that on both sides on a pretty regular basis. And then, as Nancy said, we're asking for money to do trees, ash trees. This past year, we've kind of figured out that we have a reactive way of responding to trees in the right-of-way, but we know that ash trees that are dying are dying. They're going to be dead. And we have, in the right-of-way, there was actually an inventory done. There are about 250 of them in city responsible areas. And so we're proposing this $50,000, and it will probably be a multiple year thing to get it taken care of, because it's about $1,500 to get a decent sized tree taken care of. So, but if we can start looking at sections and areas and getting those dead trees out, and then we're not like, well, can we pay for it? You know, so, and hopefully the nuisance stuff will go back down once the world gets a little bit back to normal. And then looking at two other contractual services, we're actually sharing a grant writer with the Community Foundation and possibly the county to increase resources to actually focus on providing additional funds to do the things that are identified in the city's strategic goal, from planning initiatives to specific one, you know, maybe it will be redevelopment of houses, and then an intern to work on specifically at this point, the Grandview Corridor Plan. And I think that's what I've got going.
I do have a question, Jody. You mentioned the tree removal. There are about 250 of them. Are we going to be sending out RFQs to different tree services, or?
So we actually did that last year.
Okay.
And and Freers is the entity that we're currently contracted with to do that, so.
Thank you.
Is it only on the right-of-ways, or how about, like, I see there's a whole bunch of trees down on the soccer complex right now that's a different?
No, if they're on our property, we would, I mean, we're gonna be focused on the right-of-way because that's something we kind of look at already, but if we need to help Rich and Parks out with trees, I think.
I just noticed, I went down the whole line along that one side is pretty much laying on the ground or gone, and where that money was coming from.
Yeah. She's the money lady, but.
Jody, I have a tree question too. It's very similar to Nadine's. So when we put the bid out, and FERS is the incumbent right now, did we, because $1,500 sounds like the normal cost for a single tree. Did we give them a commitment to say, this summer you can take out 100 trees, and what's that cost, and try to drive the cost down for bulk?
We have not yet. We have talked about if there are efficiencies. The problem is that unless they're like the soccer complex, there really isn't a lot of efficiency because you still have to get the equipment, use the equipment.
Right, but he's gonna have X amount of volume of business coming in that could be sustained over 3 or 4 months that he could fit in to his schedule that's committed business. So I would expect a volume price.
We'll have that conversation.
Okay.
I actually have a little concern that it may go the other way because they are so busy right now that it might be like, oh, we can't really do all those trees.
All right, thank you.
You know, when we have a nuisance complaint, do we go down a list of, you know, people that will help us with that, or do we use just one contractor?
We
Like,
actually,
You know, for the general run-of-the-mill.
for nuisance, We use Keller's currently, and we will be doing an RFP for that as well. It was on the list, but even though everybody else is closed, it just creates more work, it seems like. So, but we'll be doing an RFP for that service, but right now we currently use one. We have talked about, do we have a list instead? Do we have people who do different components of that rather than one? So that's kind of what has slowed us down a bit, is looking at is there a better way to do the service? Is there a more equitable way? But currently we use Keller's.
Yeah, well, if we use 3 or 4 different tree services, we'd get the job done sooner.
Well, there are only 2 or 3, I think, actually, that are licensed to work in the city.
Okay.
And
So
so when we did the RFP, we actually didn't get, I'm trying to think back, because the year is like a blur. I don't know if that's because I'm trying to just forget it happened, or if I'm just overwhelmed. But I can't remember if it was just Freers that responded, or if it was Freers and one other right now. So there wasn't a lot of interest in participating either on the tree side. But
Suppose there's good
if we got
opportunity
business,
for-
we might start a new business. I mean, somebody might start a new business and help us out. I'm
They
all
gotta
for
meet
it.
our
Plenty
requirements.
of opportunity to
bonded.
utilize all those services in town and give them a chance, and then weigh the balance of getting it done sooner as opposed to a little more cost and that kind of thing. That's all going on.
And now, if we have an emergent one, so most of them are standing and they're not like falling over, but if we do have something that looks like it's an emergency, they do get out there within 12 hours typically. Like, we notice them at the beginning of the day, they're there by the afternoon. The one I think of right now was actually over a street, and we noticed it late on a Friday afternoon, and they were there Saturday morning by 8 to take care of it, so.
Yeah, I think if we fund this, we can look at opportunities to make it the most cost efficient, but also to make sure that we're utilizing local businesses and all of that. So I think that work has been done somewhat, but we can do more of it too, yeah.
I like to save
You'll
money.
be back at the end of the day for housing?
I will be.
Okay. I have a housing question. I'll wait until then.
I have a question that may not be pertinent to this conversation, but we have ditches, obviously, coming into town from the south, and a lot of those ditches have these small, what I call junk trees standing up in them, and they look messy. Are those the responsibility of the city, since it's in the ditch and the right-of-way, or is that the responsibility of the property owner directly behind it?
So in theory.
And I'm talking there between Dick Drake and Hauser, on the right side of the street where the gas company's substation is.
So generally right-of-way, and I guess I should clarify, when I say right-of-way, it's city responsible right-of-way, it's not all right-of-way. Typically, the right-of-way is the adjacent property owner's requirement. So when we get involved in that kind of situation, it becomes a nuisance activity for us. So out there, depending on if we own it, because between Dick Drake and Hauser, we do own some of that property, it may be us, it may be I guess Miller Valentine now owns part of it, and.
Right, but this is on the other side of the street, Jody.
From the Miller Valentine project? We actually
Yes.
own that, so it would be us.
Yeah, no, this would be down closer to Dick Drake, in front of where the gas
That's the
substation
gas
is.
company. That would be the gas company.
That
but-
would be the gas
Yeah,
company.
but we can make sure we take a look at it and get people notified that it is an issue.
You know,
so.
that's kind of been a burr under my saddle for several years, that those trees just kind of grow and the weeds kind of grow.
Okay.
Volunteers go clean it sometimes.
I had a question for Jody too.
Yeah.
On boulevards, I've heard and had several complaints that say that belongs to the city, and yet the people own the boulevard. Actually, the city's got the sidewalk on it, and they're saying, well, the city should take the tree down because it's on the boulevard, it's not my responsibility. So I've been referring them to you. What is?
So there actually is a section of code that does identify that the boulevard is the adjacent property owner's responsibility. And sometimes we get the questions, and I had to go through some learning process on this with Andrew in Public Works as well, like unimproved roads, like, because I'm like, I get it when it's the right of way next to the road or whatever, but when they're unimproved roads, it's the same thing, only there's no road to stop it, so it would go to the center line of what was once planned to be a road, but may still be planned, may not be planned. So we get some of those too, and they're always welcome to call though.
As long as they know that it's their responsibility of the citizen, you can say that, you don't have to go to you. Tell them,
And
it's your
some of it-
responsibility.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people think their property ends at the sidewalk even though they mow out to the curb.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, because that would fall right in. So like right now with the weather we have, it's the sidewalk, right? And everybody's like, well, it's not my sidewalk. But
Yep.
we send you the notice or we send you the bill.
Yep.
So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I don't know, Jody, if you want to, there was a couple of requests that Jody made in her CD budget that I think we decided wasn't appropriate to fund from the general fund. Jody actually requested a $100,000 allocation to address some dilapidated buildings. We probably want to include that in capital projects and you know, we try to assess, but if they're not assessed, cover it from a bond issue. Jody, if you want to address that.
So again, it goes back to trying to be a little more proactive than just reactive, and making sure we have some resources to do some demolition. Obviously, $100,000 won't get us terribly far, but we also know resources are limited, and we can start taking care of some of the worst houses or buildings that can be posted for condemned and aren't rehabable. Obviously, if we can find somebody else that's interested in owning them and taking care of it, we will go that direction. But this way, we can, when we identify them, sometimes, you know, we send a notice to a homeowner. I did clarify with legal that we find a unit that is truly a risk to the community, to the neighborhood, or, you know, if somebody happens to go on it, even though it's not advisable, that they can still get hurt. And so we're reliable if we sent a notice and said, you need to abate this issue, but then we didn't follow up on it because we don't have the resources to take care of it. He did say, they did tell us that, no, once we notify them, if they don't take adequate action, it's not our liability. Doesn't mean we can't get named, but we shouldn't be held liable that way. But we do have a property, and you all have talked to us about properties. I don't think there's one of you that hasn't talked to us about a property of some sort. So getting that taken care of, and so if we're going to start to develop the list of condemned properties, then we probably need to start talking about how we actually address that list of condemned properties. And
Do you want us to add to your list, do you?
you can always send me.
Oh, I can give you plenty.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the thing is always we're kind of talking about how do we make sure that list is comprehensive and not just relying on a few sets of eyes. So if you have some, shoot them over to us. Put them in an email, and then we can have admin staff go through and be making sure that those are on there, so.
Yeah, Jody and I met with legal counsel earlier this week and I got a much better understanding of what tools we have available to address some of these, and then also how we might prioritize them, where we might have the best opportunity to do something about it, and where we might spin our wheels. So I have conversations with all of you about this issue, so we're investing some resources in it.
This is for my own education because I don't know. So when we tear down a building, does the owner of the property still own that property and then we bill them back for the service to tear down?
Yes,
And then they never pay?
Yeah, well, it's assessed against their tax, against the property. And so, but the problem is in very few instances, would the actual cost of the demo be less than it's typically more than the value of the property. So when they sell the property, or nobody buys the property because it's not worth what they owe us. And so then best case scenario, goes in tax sale and somebody buys it in a pool and we still don't get paid back, so.
Oh, we still don't get paid back.
And you might get paid a portion, but you don't get paid the full amount because
Right.
whatever they buy it
But
at.
at least
So.
those funds could go back in to help replenish
Right,
this fund a little.
And one of the things we'll need to talk about then is if we demolish houses, in the strategic plan, we do have the land bank model in there as a mechanism. So we can land bank them, and then we can make sure that we're turning them over. It depends on how we get there, quite right. So some of them we'll own, some of them we won't own. There'll be a mix. But right now we're kind of focusing on trying to tie them, especially if they're cleaned up. Can we get them tied to somebody who's going to do something that we want them to do with it in a more timely fashion? Because then we have some flexibility early on before somebody buys the tax certificate, remembering that on what we can do with that tax assessment. So,
Thank you, Jody.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Jody, what's the average cost to demolish?
Well, it depends on the size and the condition of the house, but I'm going to say the average is about 15. So again, it's not a ton of houses at $100,000, but 5 or 6, 7 maybe.
Okay. Do we have any?
Seek bids for that, right?
Yes.
Yes, so we
Yes.
do bid, so we can get a competitive price for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Do
What
we
does
have
it
any
take
that
to-
we're looking at 657 right now?
That was actually the beginning of the conversation that we had with
Okay.
the attorney. And so if you have something, I mean, I guess that's the clarity, and I think that both of us kind of got that, is like, it seems like it's such a simple thing, but it really has to be so bad before the courts will entertain that, is kind of the message we got out of it. So we'll keep working on it, and hopefully there will be a process, but land rights are kind of sacrosanct, and
Okay, thank you.
Jody, I talked to, I'm sorry,
everybody had the
Dennis.
same question.
Oh, okay. I brought this up the other day, and I just wondered if you could touch on it for the public. I've had a couple calls about the big decline in building permits. So just 2 years ago, basically, our building permit fees were $446,000. And now they're $150,000. And the public wants, I've had some inquiries.
Okay, yes, it's both shocking and sad and all of those negative words. But, so it comes down to the type of permit that people pull. So in those better, healthy years, it was more about commercial construction. You had businesses going on, you had some expansions at some of the corporations in town. Now, like I said, it's primarily residential remodels. If I come in and I got a permit to roof my house, it's $20. If I come in and I'm gonna do a little electrical, it's not much more than $20. So it's just, if you're doing something based on this fee and the valuation of what your house is compared to, say, H&I is going to, even Raymond, remodeling, they were installing some bathrooms, some safe space, that kind of stuff. That is by valuation. And when you start talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in valuation compared to tens of thousands of dollars, it just adds up much more quickly.
So if we went back 2 or 3 more years farther, we would see similar numbers than for the last 2 years.
Yes.
And then just these, so.
No, historically, there's much more commercial construction happening in town. Right now, you don't have that. So if you look at, I actually was looking at it earlier, so I have some more detailed numbers. If you look at and we are gonna, we proposed, but we couldn't come up with a clean way to do it that made any kind of sense, adding some more detail in the outcomes measures so that you would have that information and it would make more sense. So if you, in the one we actually have it broken down by new commercial buildings versus remodels and rehabs for commercial versus new residential. So in 1920, the new commercial value projects was actually $7 million. And I don't have it before that. And then even the remodel rehab of commercial projects was $15 million in 1920. This past year, it's $5,000 in new commercial projects. So that means you have somebody that converted a building into an actual commercial activity. And then a remodel rehab, that went down to 1.7 from that $15 million. Whereas last year for residential rehabs, it was oh, because it ends up, so if you have to take into account that the pandemic hit at the end of 1920, when everybody was like, oh, I have free time, I'm gonna take on this home project. So by the end of the year, we had $2.3 million in residential rehab remodels. This makes me sadder, is that this year, that number actually is down to 1.3 at this point in the fiscal year. So those numbers kind of stayed steady, but there was just more of it. Whereas you just had that big drop in the commercial. So between the two of them, they went from $22 million down to $1.2 million.
That's a significant loss of revenue. So how do we, I mean, what did you spend it on that you're not spending it on now?
That was the salary savings. So when the pandemic hit, we actually were in the process of offering a job to a building inspector. We had finished the interviews and everything. We called and told him we wanted to hire him, but we couldn't at that point. We didn't hire him until almost June, when we knew we were getting ready for our senior building inspector to retire in November and needed to have at least a second body that was trained and certified to do certain things. And we haven't replaced that senior inspector. We just offered that job, and he will start February 16th. We haven't rehired the second the code enforcement officer, the community services officer. So Michelle has been doing all of the nuisance inspections, but we felt like that was an okay trade-off at that point because we were not doing the housing inspections. But we're getting to the point where we're going to have to start doing them just for the quality of housing in the community. That and because HUD's going to make us pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. So so we're going to have to hire that position. We also left the planner position open. Did she just started a couple months ago.
Maybe
This
6
fiscal.
months?
No, not that
Open?
of yet.
Oh.
Oh, we left it open more than 6
Yeah,
months, I think.
okay.
So Lindsay had resigned, and we were again in the process of hiring that. We had gone out, and we were doing interviews when the pandemic hit, so that position stayed open. We just haven't hired people. That was the primary way of saving. As you can see, though, when the number doesn't go down, the number of permits doesn't go down. That means the number of inspections stays relatively high. So the building inspectors, even during the time when we had 3 functioning, they were still busy. Fortunately, that's then slowed down in December, and so we've been able to kind of take some time to hire again.
I was a little confused with I know when we merged the community development and housing together, and you moved over, so you basically took your spot and Dave's spot. And then I thought Andrew was staying on as the planner, but now he's not the planner anymore.
So he does do planning still. And so he was, at the same time I took that role, he was given the assistant community development director position. And we had Lindsay at the time, who was a planner 1. So Andrew oversaw Lindsay's work. And Lindsay then resigned to go take another position in, I think actually November of 2019. And so, again, that's when we took our time to make sure we were looking at the right things, and that Andrew and I were kind of on the same sheet of music on what that position was, because it kind of changed before. Many of you know Adam, who was the previous staff person who Lindsay replaced, and so that position was kind of evolving, it felt like. So we wanted to make sure, my staff may not like this, but I like to make a better informed decision rather than just filling the position and hoping it works out. So we took our time when we went out and we did the first set of interviews, and then the pandemic hit. So that slowed us all down. But so Andrew still oversees the planning functions, but his title is now Assistant Community Development Director. We've had a planner 1, she was here for about 3 years, right? So about 5 years now, there's been a planner 1 position over there, what was Adam's
And then
position?
who does Adam's job? That's what I'm trying to fill in the holes.
We have an org chart for
I
this.
actually haven't.
We can share it with you. That Jody's group has gone through a little bit of a restructuring because Jody had, I don't know, almost everybody in the department reported to Jody. And that did not allow all the complaints that everyone gets. Part of that is because Jody hasn't been able to spend her time on proactive program development. So this is an effort to get her time to lead the department and put in, you know, a couple of layers where they have more direct reports, people who are capable of doing this. Andrew's one of those people. So Jody has an org chart that shows this, but that's that organizational design optimization I was talking about.
So did we come up with a net reduction in staff? Because that was the big, it was the big talk of, okay, if we're gonna merge this department and this department, we're gonna save all of this in staff spots. But I haven't figured out in my mind what spots we didn't fill.
So the savings is in that you don't have two department heads. So,
But we kind of have Andrew.
you have Andrew, who continues to do planning stuff, but has now taken on some supervision. So he's had some professional growth opportunity in that, which quite honestly, in a city our size, that's really kind of hard to come by because you have a planner of one or two. So he had taken over supervision, like I said. When Adam left, what was he, the grants?
He was
Airport, he
community
was-
development
Yeah.
coordinator. So some of this is title changes when a position comes open.
So, and some of this, so we haven't, you didn't get rid of positions so much as combine my position, those two top positions, which resulted in a salary savings on both sides because you don't have two full-time people. So you still have, you have a body savings, so we actually I didn't bring the other one. Between the two departments, we previously had, I want to say, FTEs, it was 19, and then we went to 18.5. Is that right?
And it's confusing, but on
It is.
page
Trust me.
182, page 182 does have the FTE equivalents for FY 18-19, 19-20, and then the revised estimate in next year. So 18-19 was still the former community development director, 100%. We started out allocating Jody 60%, leaving 40% in housing. And that's since moved up to 70%. Some of the title changes make it a little confusing here, but,
Did they add steps with the title changes too then?
When there's only, not if there's just if it's just the title change, it's not they don't start over. If it's a pay grade change. So when Andrew went to Assistant Community Development Director, he started a new pay grade. And you have that same thing on the housing side when we move people to Housing Programs Manager, and we'll talk more about that later. But so, and some of it is the percentages, like Nancy said, I started out at 60% because I was still a little heavier in the housing side. And then as staff came along there, and quite honestly, as nuisance stuff took more time, then I was up there, but I'm still not a full-time general fund position. I'm still split between the housing funds and the general fund.
I just remember the whole talk, was, is this really gonna be worth it? Because there was some trepidation about housing and community development moving together, and if it was gonna be a really big realization of savings to make it worth that merge.
Yeah, I think the real benefit is the operational side of it, because we do get to because quite honestly, you're doing housing on both sides, which is confusing to people as a whole from the outside. And then they're also not able, they were not talking as much about how to improve that system or what the barriers are to that system, you know, and meeting the needs of, let's just say, landlords or tenants. Where are we at and how do we improve that? As well as, quite honestly, then the building inspectors, they're working on inspections and doing stuff that ties to the housing too, and we would have resources, and they're not accessing those. Like I said, the MCSA contract, it's a city contract, it's not a housing contract. So making that available to those other functions, I think is to the benefit of the
And it's been comfortable that way, good.
And it has really started, like I said, come together, and there's a whole lot more back and forth, you know, we have lots of food and stuff, so.
They were both really big jobs to begin with, you know, leading the development department and leading housing. They were both big jobs. So
But I
a
do think
lot.
that they're really tied, and I think that, and like I said, and where I came from, I was doing community development and housing stuff because the housing is a component of the community development stuff, not separate. And while this housing department does a slightly different stuff with just doing the voucher, I say just, but it's really not just, the vouchers and the projects, it's still such a piece of how the community meets the needs of its residents, and quite honestly, and how it can help support development. Like, sometimes you might not get a lot of investment in a neighborhood, but once you can get, even though I know there's a feeling that affordable housing is a problem for neighborhoods, it drives our property values down, that actually doesn't bear out in studies. And so if you have a community that doesn't have any investment for years, if the thing that goes there is affordable housing, people still just see investment. And so other developers do tend to kind of pick up, and neighbors do take more pride in their own personal residences, and other apartment buildings have to improve. And so I think that tying that together was the reason I was interested in doing it, not the pay or the extra work, or quite honestly, nuisance or trees, because that's a whole new learning process. But, but you know, here we are.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Peggy.
Yeah, I just want to that was great, Jody, thank you so much. I just want to take a step back to the building permit, because I think what we're seeing is a spike at the beginning. My question is, as we plan forward to 2021, 22, have we gone out? Commercial development is not something that happens overnight. It's usually years in development. Have we got a forecast for this year, next year, as to what commercial development we expect to see? That's on, you know, the table right now, not new, you know, not something that all of a sudden pops up. Because I think we're seeing numbers that we feel are dramatic. Could be COVID and stuff. It could be 2017 was H&I building headquarters done. H&I added a warehouse. Raymond did inspection increases, white distribution. You know, there was a lot of activity there for a couple of years in commercial. But what are we looking at for next year? Do we go out and ask the forecast, ask the businesses to understand what they're planning to help us understand our plan?
So if we have interactions with corporations, we do kind of have some of those informal conversations. We do track things we know of that are coming. So say, you know, like Win Love said, so we have that on a list. We have a list of pending projects. What we do know is that when COVID hit and things happened, is that whenever you talk to those folks, they were like, we can't move forward right now. So we do. Right now, one of the things, you know, the other stuff that's going on in the city, we know we have these 3 housing projects, which will be a substantial increase in the commercial activity, because that's how they get billed. So
are they built into your forecast for your budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was wondering, because this one is not as cut and dry as other ones that have nice trend lines and stuff. This one goes in, yeah, and I think the 446 was a spike. You know, it could have been Van Meter. That could have been a really heavy year with a lot of great stuff that went on, and we might go quiet for a couple of years, and then we got another big hit. But sometimes we need to take a bigger view And the short view of just the last couple of years, we might have had a spike, and I don't want us to, be disappointed in 150,000.
Right.
It just makes you adjust what you're doing, so.
And yes, and I'm always open to suggestions if people have thoughts on better ways to catch those projections. Maybe if we are
Yeah.
doing surveys, that's one of the things we can.
We could also reach out to the chamber and maybe even the realtors in town. They might have a little bit of an idea. So we could do a little bit more research there.
Or business councils, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
so Musco, do you have any growth opportunities? I mean, when they plan something like this, it isn't like right away. It's like, well, the Stanley Peace.
And
What
that,
are you
that's
projecting?
included
So, right.
where we're at, so.
So those are ones that are forecast, because they're planning and everything like that. So I just wanted to understand, because the building permits is a big bucket, but that big commercial part goes like this.
Right.
And plus, we're also only have so much room in Muscatine.
Right.
So, all right, thank you, I just had that question.
Not a problem.
Anyone else? All right, thank you for community development. We're moving to airport. Airport is on number 1 under the enterprise funds, page 1, but
Page
it's also
221.
on 221 for the airport subsidy of the general fund. So it's gonna be 2 different spots, enterprise fund and general
I'm
fund.
gonna go get something to eat. Thanks.
Now, it looks like we're doing airport first, which would be number 1 enterprise.
They're really tied together, so I'm not sure we have to. I think
Separate
we-
them out. They're
think
just
we
not
use
together
this-
here. So find your 2 pages maybe and just stick your finger in them.
Yeah, I think we use the same graph in both, so I think we'll cover it, the subsidy, when we cover the airport. The airport every year, it has its own revenues, but generally, there's a general fund subsidy required every year. The original budget for this year projected a $33,600 subsidy that would be needed. But with the CARES Act funds, that's going to be 0. And this CARES Act for the airport, it's not as restrictive. We're actually using the management fee as what we draw down money for. And then next fiscal year, there'll be a small amount of the CARES Act used after July 1st, but the subsidy's projected to be $41,000. Of that, $20,000 is the allocation to paint the exterior of the former H&I hangar. That was actually budgeted a few years ago, but I think we diverted those funds for the wind cone. So that basically covers the subsidy part of it. Airport expenditures for next fiscal year are budgeted at $146,500. That's a $24,400 increase from the original budget for the current year. Of that, $20,000 is for the painting of the former H&I hangar. And the rest of the increase is for electrical supplies for runway and taxiway lights. Airport revenues are budgeted at $98,400 for FY '22, a $9,900 increase from the original budget, and some of that is increased airport hangar rents, including rents on the 3 new hangars. And with that, Jody, what would you like to point out?
I like this one, it's easy. So, as Nancy said, it's a small budget that we did get a significant CARES allocation that helps offset the general fund subsidy. There's no staff charge to this budget, which is why it's easy. And I do oversee the airport, partially because it helped me learn about it. I'm learning a whole new language, and it doesn't really fit with any of the other activities that staff are assigned to, so it just kind of made more sense at that point, and we'll see how that goes going forward. We did complete the 3 new hangars, and they're now occupied, which is great. We've also been awarded the Taxiway A grant, so I came and we got to save money there too, because timing is everything, and we were gonna have to spend, close to $300,000 in local money, and instead we get to be 0. So we like that. Painting the old hangar is actually on the list, and part of the reason it has kind of fallen off is because there have been some other things. The wind cone, which when they said wind cone, again, back to language, I was like, oh, just that sock thing that flies in the air. No, we're talking the whole thing that sticks up and was about 10 grand, so you have, and it's lighted on the inside, and who knew? So I'm telling you, but it does, it kind of took a different level of priority this year because it is called out again in the strategic plan as one of those things to promote and let the community know it has a benefit to the community. I mean, without the airport, you know, there's I say you know a lot, the corporate hangars, the ability for those Fortune 500 companies to keep their headquarters here might be impacted. So but we also have the private pilot. So we were talking even before obviously before the pandemic hit, and we were getting ready to finish the hangars about having an open house when the hangars were open so that people could come out and see what the airport is. Some other airports have fly-ins where the pilots fly in and, you know, you have a potluck, and just to kind of promote recognition that the airport exists and what that happens. And we do have some challenges at ours. I understand because we're over the bluff. We have some radio challenges, but we'll get there. And so hopefully the world will get a little bit back to normal, but the hangar, we just want to make it a nice visual. And as you drive by on the highway, you can see it and you can tell that the paint is peeling. And so we'll keep working on that. But otherwise, it's a pretty smooth operation, I think.
Thank you, Jody. Now, Nadine, you were on the airport advisory. Is it you now, Dennis? That's what I thought. Any thoughts?
No, I was glad that we got all the new hangars already rented out. I think that's awesome. I think there's probably room for more. It seems like that anyway. The more you get, there's a lot of places around that have airports that the people don't really want to go to. So, and we can keep improving ours, so that just brings more money.
We went down there, a few of us, and took a tour.
It's been
It
3
was
years
like
ago.
50 below 0 that day.
It was, and the
Always.
wind was
You never
howling.
go there
My
on a nice day.
goodness. I swear we all got frostbite after that meeting. But what were we were looking at the new, the old hangars and then comparing them with the new, weren't we? Yeah,
Yeah. With the newer ones, now we have the 3
now we have the
brand
new.
ones. How about the taxiway, Jody? Where does that stand?
So we have the grant, and we have the contract. You all approved the contract. It has a 75-day construction period, which will start, I'm hoping, April or May ish, and it'll have to be phased, but Langman Construction will be doing that, and they do other airport projects, so hopefully it will be pretty smooth. Bolton and Mink will oversee that, which is the other thing that makes this project one of my favorites, because I don't actually have to oversee construction. But by the end of the summer, unless it's far enough out there, even the flood shouldn't problem that.
Now,
Sorry, I didn't mean to jinx us.
do we think that the new runway will eliminate the blowouts that we've experienced on? I don't know if it's this runway or the other one that we had the blowouts on, but will this one be
This is part
constructed
of
such that?
that project. So yes, it should address that because that was part of a repair project, and that was done as probably not quite the way airport people would have told us to do it.
Right.
So the things were apparently the rebars,
wasn't it?
No, in this case, it was the spaces you leave for it to expand and contract
Okay.
were not wide enough. I mean, they're not supposed to be terribly wide, but they were little. So then when it expanded in the heat last summer, we had the blowout. So. And the other thing the airport has done, again, is like the ability for us to work closely with buildings and grounds to help maintain those things. So using their contract to get the blowout addressed kind of stuff. So again, back to that interdepartmental stuff, I think is really helping right now, or all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. I'm sorry you have to come back at another time to talk about your other stuff. I mean, we could easily talk about bed bugs before lunch, but I guess we'll
Well, I'm
put that
hoping you
on
don't have
hold.
to talk about bed bugs this year, so.
She has housing at the end?
Because it's because it's not general fund,
It's a special, but some of the other ones aren't either, so.
so it's all right.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah,
'Cause
I'll be here. It gives me time to actually be productive in my office.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could probably.
We could
I know, I
knock
appreciate
it
the
out
fact
now
that she
if you
put it on
want.
this
I'm
Saturday
sure the
instead of the
chief
next
would be.
one. So,
You can go have lunch, breakfast
Yeah.
casserole.
There you go.
I love these.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jody. Appreciate
I
it.
don't know who's next.
Chief's up, Brett's up. We're gonna be on page 61 in the general fund.
He's on his way in.
All righty. Oh, we get to hammer the fun guy.
Blackhawks. How are they doing this year? I don't watch much hockey, but.
I have
I'm
no
a Blues
idea.
fan.
Steve, you're welcome to sit.
I've
This
only,
is assistant chief, not captain anymore.
Assistant Chief,
Hey.
congratulations.
So we can go ahead and have Brett, Captain, I keep wanting to call you Captain Snyder, back, cover the highlights, and then we'll come back to Nancy's overview of the.
That sounds just fine.
Okay, so you want me to get started then with, Nancy had to take a break right away, right?
She had to go, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Okay,
Seriously, it
so
was a perfect
I'd like to, excuse me, touch on some of our recent accomplishments within the last year, which, as you all well know, was a very trying year all the way around. But we still did do some good things for the police department and the community itself. First and foremost, we were under budget for the 10th year in a row, and I take great pride in that. We restored our POP CAN, or Problem-Oriented Policing Community Action Networking Program, where we actually have officers assigned to different housing complexes throughout the city. And that's created some very positive interactions with the citizens out there. So we kind of reestablished that. We're still doing our juvenile diversion program, although most of the year has been virtual. Still been pretty successful. I think the last stat was 80% that did not reoffend.
That's
so.
great.
Yeah, it's been a good program.
Even if
that-
you got one, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you can just even get through that one kid, so
Yep.
it's all well worth it. We did do Shop with the Cop again this year. It was our 28th year. It was done a little bit differently this year. We didn't bring the kids to Walmart, obviously. What we had done was we gave them still $100. They actually went to Walmart, picked out the stuff they wanted. Walmart put all that stuff in bags for them. And then we went and got them. We brought them to the station on a certain day, set up times for them. And we kind of did a roundabout thing where they'd come in. We'd put them in and say, there you go. They'd say, thank you. They'd be on their way. So that was the safest way to do it this year. So it was
Great
a little
job
different.
figuring it
It's
out.
not as,
Yeah.
it wasn't as fun because more
Sure.
people, a lot of the officers didn't get involved with that, you know, just because we didn't need 20 people there, so. But at least we did it and the kids were happy with that, and
Yep.
so were the parents too, so. We were still doing Coffee with a Cop. We're not now, obviously, but prior to COVID, we were doing it for the first 3-4 months. We will start that up again at some point when times get back to normal, so hopefully it's sooner than later. We did a couple of trunk or treat events during Halloween. Obviously, we did that safely out. We did it out in the park with some other people. The gentleman that ran for city council, Salazar, I think he was out
Nick,
doing.
or
Nick.
not Nick.
Dan?
Yes.
Yeah, anyways.
Yes.
He was involved with some of that stuff too. We did that out at Weed Park, so we kind of coordinated with him and some other people to do that. That was a great thing. We also did a pumpkin carving event out at 1816 Logan. And the kids really had fun with that. We actually grilled hot dogs, and I don't remember if we did hamburgers, but we did food and chips and stuff for the kids out there, so. One of our sergeants, actually, he just got promoted to sergeant. Keep forgetting me, I've had so many promotions lately where they're at. Implemented a program called Code Blue, I think it's in the packet here. So that was a program that he brought up himself. He's actually getting some calls from other agencies to see how the program runs. It basically deals with somebody has a traumatic event or a death or a suicide in the family. We reach out to them and provide them meals. Right now, I think we're doing gift cards with some of the we've had pretty good buy-in from some of the local establishments, the restaurants, so, and then they can go eat on us or eat on the restaurants basically, and just to let them know that we are out there, we do care about what's going on in the community and what's going on personally with them too. So it's been a great program. Again, I think it's really gonna take off when we get back to normal, so. We readjusted some roles and duties again of lieutenants and sergeants. That goes back to my succession planning. We have lots of new people and lots of new positions, so getting them all, rotating shifts again. And we're actually talking about, we were rotating every 6 months. We talked about this, I believe, a couple, 2-3 years ago, and it was a hard choice, but now I think they're wanting to do it on a 2-year rotation instead. So we may be implementing that as well, but we'll be rotating one way or another because we just have so many new supervisors. They need to work with other people too and work with the other officers. So
We praised you for your succession planning before you got here.
Yeah.
oh, I appreciate that. That was, and Steve and I have talked about that. That was a tough choice to do that because it didn't make those guys very happy. But I think they see why I did it now. It's not punishment. It's about for the opportunity for you to make yourselves better for our positions when we retire.
Absolutely.
So, obviously, we did continue several community policing programs prior to COVID, and we'll continue. We will continue to do those as safely as we can. We maintained our own police Facebook page, and we work very closely with Kevin Jennison too to push out all the information that we can. Hopefully most of it positive, but obviously we have to push out other information too when we make arrests. So that's been a great program, and Kevin's been a great asset for us. We did add another K-9 officer this year, so we have 2 K-9 officers, one working afternoon shift and one works night shift. It was a good year for officers receiving awards. Unfortunately, we had to do them virtual, but we had 4 life-saving awards and 1 Medal of Valor award within the last year, and that's pretty unheard of for a department our size. So obviously our officers are out there doing what they're supposed to do, and I'd like to give them the recognition, obviously, when they're doing those good things. I was chaired the Red Kettle campaign again this year, which was a blast for all of us. That got pretty. I'm not gonna say heated, but it was a lot of fun going head to head with the police department, or the sheriff's department, and the fire department. Somehow they keep sneaking extra votes in at the end and extra money in at the end. So I don't know how that happens every time. But they ended up winning, but I think it was a record year this year. I think we broke last year's, which was a record too.
We did, and we had no hope to even hit our goal this year for
Right.
Salvation Army,
So-
and then to
And it exceeded.
to exceed
Yeah,
it was just
we took some
amazing, and it
different
was because of
steps
you
this year,
guys.
and it was really fun work with Greg on that project too.
Yep.
And the police department really backed it as well. Where was I at? Again, we received JAG funding again, and our Office of Drug Control Policy, which is for our drug task force officer. Those grants, we got money again last year. As well as the domestic abuse response team through the Violence Against Women's grant through the state, and that pays overtime for the officers to come in and deal with any domestic violence issues that we have, and follow up on those as well. GTSB, which is Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, we received funding for that again as well, and that's all for traffic safety, whether it's speeding, running stop signs, or OWIs. OWIs is basically the driving force behind that is to keep impaired drivers off the street. So we get that money every year, and we have a lot of guys that like to work that too. So our major crimes unit, or our detective division, had a clearance rate this year of 72% when the national average is 54%. So our guys worked really hard on that, and obviously a lot of that has to do with patrol work too, because they actually start that process and hand it off to the detectives. So it's a team effort. So very high clearance rate, and we're pretty proud of that as well. We were out doing parking walks prior to the COVID. We still get out of our cars, obviously do business checks throughout the day and night. I try to focus like on night shift. I like to have them get out at the hotels where the person's working the desk by themselves. Get out there, just to let them know that we're out there, and if you need us, give us a call. And that's worked out very well too, so they appreciate that. The last couple of things on here, I'm gonna let Assistant Chief Snyder talk about, is 2 programs that he actually brought to the department this year. A lot of the stuff had come out of he had just recently done his FBI training last year, so I'll let him kind of touch on these 2 projects, and they've been very vital to our organization too.
Great, thank you.
In February of 2020, we brought the EPIC project, the EPIC training in, and that was through a joint effort between an attorney I met out in DC when I was stationed out there, who was a federal monitor for the New Orleans Police Department. EPIC started in New Orleans, and then Hahn here, Kelly McGriff is represented by this same attorney just by chance, H&I, and they helped bring him in. They actually paid for that training to come in through partnering with them, and they trained several outside agencies in the EPIC format. EPIC stands for Ethical Policing is Courageous, and it was something that New Orleans developed under their federal decree that is designed to promote the health of the community and the safety of the officers by teaching intervention techniques when situations are escalating to a bad direction. Project ABLE is building off of EPIC, stands for Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement. The same attorney that came here and trained us is kind of the driving nail behind Project ABLE. He partnered with Georgetown Law School, and we have sent 2 officers through their program. We're one of the first 35 agencies in the nation to get through that. And through that connection, we're now establishing several guidelines under Project ABLE to help further the whole active bystandership for law enforcement and the peer intervention techniques that we built off of EPIC. So those are 2 of the programs that we brought in, and we're kind of, one's building off the other basically.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to comment. Thank you for that. I think, you know, that's something that I'm glad to see you bringing forward in our community, because other communities have, you know, that action, you know, think programs like that have had to have been brought in by outside entities like city councils and things like that. So to see you bringing that forward within our community is really good. Thank you.
And I know you guys were doing you guys still do the Handle with Care, don't you?
Yes, that's still, it's been a little difficult this year with a lot of the kids not being completely in school or half-time in school. Yeah, we still participate in that. So our school resource officers kind of look for those reports to come in, and then they help get them out to the schools and so forth.
Handle with Care is a program that was started up in the Quad Cities for police officers, and even the sheriff. Ardith, you know, had it done, you know, for the sheriff's office. And so basically, if they respond, if our officers respond to a home and there's any kind of an issue going on, whether it be domestic violence or a robbery or anything, and there's a child there, they contact the school. They don't tell them any of the details, but just handle, you know, Joey Bishop with care today. And maybe, you know, he acts up a little bit. Maybe he's a little more quiet today. Maybe he's sad, you know, and it just gives it filters down to the teacher to just know he didn't have a good night last night. Give him a break type thing. And it's just been a really neat program that's been really helpful to keep us all as a team, you know, working together.
It's worked pretty well, so teachers are pretty receptive to it as well.
Yep, very good. And I know it's an extra step in your already busy schedules.
But it's well worth it. Yeah.
Thanks. Nancy, did you have anything to add on their budgets or anything?
I thought airport was gonna go longer than it did.
It's okay. We adapted.
Did
We
you?
were gonna do housing, but I was like, oh no, I don't know that Nancy can do that.
So as far as the over-under budget, you haven't done that part?
No.
Okay. The revised estimate for the police department is over the original budget by 34,000. There was some offsetting things. Personal services was increased 21,000. There was some retirement pay. Commodities came in 17,000 less. Contractual services are 2,000 higher, and capital outlay is 27,800 more. The overall increase, though, is based on the COVID JAG grant. So the revenues are covering the additional increase in their budget. For FY '22, the budget is 241,000 higher, 4.7%. Personal services cost increased by 255,000, so that accounts for all of the increase. Commodities remain the same, contractual services decreased slightly, and capital outlay decreased by 11,600. The capital outlay, and I don't know if you've addressed that yet, but there is 125,000 in the equipment replacement fund for 2 new police patrol vehicles, the Tahoes, and 1 new administrative vehicle. And then I think there was a few things in the operating budget under capital. No, there isn't.
And that's what we talked about too, was doing the 2 every year, right? Two,
Yeah.
that's right, we do 2 1 year, 3 the next 2, and this is our 2 year. Gotcha.
Actually, I'm hoping that the new ones we did last budget.
Yeah, that didn't hit, we missed that.
Fully outfitted, hopefully, keep your fingers crossed.
Good. I think it's a really good plan moving
Yeah.
forward with
Yeah,
that.
I think we talked about reevaluating it in a couple, 2-3 years, just to see what maintenance costs, to see if it's worse or
Mm-hmm,
better.
Right.
I mean, I don't know, so we shall see, time will tell.
sure.
So Chief, did we get the Batmobile yet?
Most definitely. It's actually a really cool machine.
I thought you said all the council people would get a ride in it.
But we had Corona.
I want to put it,
We used it a couple times.
I want to put on the Batman cape and ride with you.
I don't know if I want to, but there's a beast. But yeah, anytime you guys wanna see that stuff, we have no problem, just give me a call and make it happen.
Oh, great.
We talked about all of us having a day with it, or, you know, a period of time, but I think we'll wait till after COVID and then, yeah, we definitely were interested in doing that.
Somewhat in the same vein, that military piece of equipment we used to have, did we get rid of that?
We did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Was it Clinton that, the Clinton PD or?
Clinton took it.
Yeah.
yeah. I remember, yeah.
They're using it now, yeah.
I remember seeing it headed up the highway going north. Yes, we got rid of it.
Purpose for a few years, but
Yeah.
it was just so bulky, and we couldn't take it across some bridges in the county, or we go right through them. Not a good thing, but it did serve its purpose.
Yeah.
So there is some, a small amount of capital outlay in addition to the vehicles. It's on page 67, for a few items, yeah.
So,
It's a small dollar amount.
Yeah, we're looking to replace, our rifles are 20 or 21 years old, so we're looking to replace those, kinda like we did with the Tahoes, maybe 2 this year, 2 next year. They're $3,000, for 2 of them. Now, next year I may look at optics, so that almost doubles the price, but makes it, the technology, we need the newer technology to do this too, so. Next year you might see instead of 3,000, might be 6,000, because I think optics are 1,500 a piece almost.
yeah, depending on where we go with them, so.
So anyways, for this year, I think we'll do that, and if we can find the money in our budget somewhere else, we'll probably outfit those with good optics as well, just to keep up.
Mayor.
Okay.
Then the stop sticks are for, we have a pretty, we don't allow many chases in town. If you see most of these chases and accidents with chases, they're not involved in the PD. We don't, unless it's a forcible felony, or there's a weapon involved, we don't chase people. So, again, when you see all this stuff on the news, and they're saying the PD did this, the PD didn't we do is we will assist them with stop sticks, which is, I wish I could draw copies of it, but basically it's got a bunch of like needle type things, you throw them across the road, and they run across it, and it deflates the tires slowly so they don't wreck, and it disables the vehicle. Now, we have had plenty where we've done this, and they're still chasing them on all four rims. So, but that's what those are for, and the ones we have now are actually 20 years old, and they're just, they don't get used a lot, but it does ding them up pretty good, so we thought we should, it was brought to my attention by one of our corporals that does all of our SWAT car stuff, that, hey, we need some new ones, and I said, all right, I'll try to budget for them this year. I think we have 4,800 budgeted for
Yeah,
Mhm.
on here,
so,
for 10 of
that's
them.
the other two things behind, besides the Tahoes and the staff vehicle. And the one that we're gonna replace is actually one that he drives, and it needs like $4,000 or $5,000, upkeep, or needs to be, maintenance on it, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one we'd like to replace. We actually have another one that we put some money into, we'd probably buy for another year, but this is one definitely needs to be replaced. Randy Mueller actually wrote me a memo for that, so I'm gonna take your word for it then.
Yeah.
Show what it's in.
So with each vehicle or equipment in general, the staff submits a copy of the maintenance records of the item they want to replace so that we know, if the costs of maintenance are exceeding the depreciated value, and it's, when it's time to replace things. So it's a good practice so that we know we're replacing the right items.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Of the 3 that we're getting, the new vehicles that you're getting here hopefully in March, the 3 that you're taking out of service, are they gonna be fit for backup units?
Most definitely, yeah.
Okay.
We just have, I need to get in and actually look at the list of where we're at on, like mileage and engine miles on some of these older ones.
Yeah.
Because they really rack up with engine miles, and, actually the engine hours is
More.
when I look at more than I do miles.
Well, that's one of the things we were concerned about, is having backup vehicles so we can do this rotation. And then my other question goes along with that is, are any of them gonna be available to be put into service for the city and other departments?
Very
I mean, how many do you need as backup, I guess is the question.
Well, again, I'm gonna have to reevaluate once we get these in to see which ones need to be, like our K-9 vehicles are getting pretty bad. We've got 2 SRO. We actually still have the old cars that we're driving, the Tauruses. But so far, they've been pretty good, but I don't wanna dump money into a
Yeah.
vehicle that, we're gonna have to keep dumping money into. So at some point, we usually rotate those down to like an SRO car, a resource car, or a K-9 vehicle. But so far, those are holding up pretty well. So if we have any extras, I've always told the other department heads, if you want one of them, you guys can fight for it. It doesn't matter who gets them, but I mean, we've given quite a few of them to the other departments, and they last a lot longer because they're not driven 24/7. So
Well, I see there's several requests for vehicles, and I don't know if some of those can substitute for those vehicles for a period of time.
I believe we had more than were requested, so that was built in to our recommendation. I think the key is they first pass them down within their department, and then they transfer them out. So, but we've considered that in the budget.
Well, I can tell you, community feedback on all of the good things that you guys do is just getting positive and positive and positive every day. I saw somebody last night comment that one of you stopped and helped them shovel their sidewalk. And I mean, it's just ongoing, the support from the community for all of you, and we couldn't thank you more.
I appreciate it. Like I say, it's the little stuff that makes the biggest difference. That's why I try to relay to these guys and girls is just be a good human.
Yep. Well, you guys sure are. Thank you for all you do. Any other questions or comments? And then we're gonna break for lunch. You guys are welcome to.
Animal control.
Yes.
Actually, I'm gonna let AC Snyder do that.
How long are you gonna be? Because Cinda's telling me we're taking a break. How long is animal control gonna last?
Do it in 2
We'll do it
minutes or
quick.
less.
All right. All right, Cinda.
Sorry, Cinda.
That's okay, I just gotta go.
Animal control, really nothing's changed much from this year, other than we held off on, we've been in the process of trying to get her nationally certified through the national, they call it NACHO, Animal Control humane officer organization. She has one more segment of training to go through. We put it off this year because of COVID, obviously, everything got canceled. So there was a slight reduction in the training costs, but we are putting that back in the budget for next year. Hopefully we can get her to that final chapter of training. Outside of that, really the year's been a little different. Seen some reduction in animal pickups, and I think that's more because people have been home, kind of overseeing their animals a little closer than when they're all working. Again, I look for that probably to bounce back to where it has been in previous years. And your fine collection is probably gonna be a little down this year because of the backlog in the court system, and you're just not gonna see some of that money come through, even though the citations were written. So that's about all we have with animal control.
Chief, you're still happy with the Humane Society? We're not doing them today, but I know you guys work.
Most definitely.
Okay.
They've been fabulous to work with, and Nicole and Chris get along so well too. And hopefully the next person they get in there works as well with us as Chris does. So,
Yep.
yep,
Okay, good.
Nicole's an asset.
most
I
definitely.
mean, I've seen her down there and spoke to her, and does a wonderful job.
I remember last time we talked about another vehicle for the animal control officer. Did we do that, or?
Yeah,
is-
we've got a brand new truck, and yeah,
Okay,
that will be good for probably another 10 years.
okay.
I think that's how long the last one was 10 years, so.
Cool.
It worked out well. It's actually a little bit bigger, and it's actually you can go into four-wheel drive too, which obviously helps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Stuff.
So you got a beast to go pick up beast, okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does she generally work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5-ish?
Yeah, 7 to 3.
7 to 3?
Kind of let her flex if she needs to come in and do it.
Sure, sure.
Or later on in the day.
Okay.
One quick question.
Go ahead.
On the bites, I see there's 80, I don't know if that's part of your, how many reports have we got this year for dog bites? Do you have that, I mean, do you have that?
I don't know if it's broken down by dog or cat or,
No, it's just
That's,
bites.
well, I saw it was 80 bites, and that's
It's
why I was
on
wondering
page
how many were.
70.
That's a lot of dog bites if it's dog bites.
Yeah, but if you break that down over 12 months, that's,
Yeah.
let me check here. How many was it?
And that doesn't say if it's dog to
Right.
human or dog to dog
No,
either,
doesn't
because
that-
dog to
that's
human
where I'm getting at.
goes to public health.
Talking total bite cases.
Yes, the total bite cases is 80, but it doesn't break it down.
We could probably get that information for you.
'Cause, you know, we,
I'm assuming it's mostly dog, but
Okay.
those cats are mean too.
and like to know, we'd like to know a little more about hospitalizations and that kind of stuff too, out of these bites. I would like to know how far that, you know, a bite's a bite if it bites your little finger, but if you're hospitalized, yes. And, yes, that's what I'm getting to.
Nicole could probably provide some of that stuff and you need some type of.
I think we're gonna need that information soon.
Well, she came and talked to us. Remember when we talked about the pit bulls a few years back? We're gonna be facing that topic again, so if she wants to, and you wanna start working towards, that by getting some information prepped for us. We were getting ready to do it, and then we had Corona, and then it's a topic that we're gonna have to do in chambers, so we're kinda hanging back a little bit on that. Peggy's working on putting a few things together for
Well,
how
there's an
that's gonna work.
external focus group that's
Yeah.
interested, Kelsey's working on too, and, I'm more interested in some other laws that we're putting together. John and I've talked about, like tethering laws, they got so close. I also wanna see an increase in licensing, cause we do a crappy job, excuse my language. Not we as a city, but our compliance is poor, which does not help Nicole at all. So we have some initiatives going on that we need your help with to make us a better pet community and a safe one.
I've already volunteered some people for that.
Perfect.
One of them being
All right.
Well, we thought we'd get right past the budget and then start talking, because we have it on the April, I
Yeah,
think, in-depth.
we met yesterday,
Okay,
the
great.
internal team and Assistant Chief Snyder, the Animal Control Officer Tony Keys, who is stepping up in Steve's old position, right? We'll work with the team
To schedule,
to
perfect.
evaluate. I think primarily, we were working on scope yesterday, but primarily the licensing, tethering, spay neuter was something we were looking to see if the city could support in some way, and I think that was the main focus, but, so we'll get a meeting set up to do
Thank you.
that. Yep.
Yeah, spay and neuter would be very interesting, because right now if we're involved a little more, have opportunities, because there's a backlog. People have to go to Cedar Rapids for something reasonable, and they're like months out.
I didn't realize how expensive that was.
Price difference between two vets within a 20-mile radius is $250 and $400, because my foster went with the $250. So, and that's November. But some people, they're looking for cost effective, and there's programs out there. Unless you're going up to like the Quad Cities, I think has a cat one that's really reasonable, so. But anything we can do, I'm big on the licensing one, because I think that would help rehome or get their pets back to parents faster, so.
Yeah, we definitely want to work on that.
Yeah, and John's interested too, and Kelsey, so we got some active members, so. Thank you. Thanks, Carol.
Appreciate you guys and all you do.
Thank you, I appreciate it. You guys have a good rest of your day.
And-
Hopefully the weather doesn't turn really bad.
And we would love to, as soon as we get back in chambers, I'd like to have the officers back in.
Just to recognize one more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a jip.
I think that,
And I know they don't do it for the honor. They do it just because they're good at what they do and they care, but still,
Yeah, that's not fun doing it that way.
no, not at all.
I think the chief should come in uniform too for a change. Do you still know where it is?
He has to go buy one.
He has to buy one. I've seen him in one once. I saw him in one once and he couldn't breathe.
And really this year too, I want to thank you. I mean, we had some threats of, some protest stuff you guys had to be involved in, and we had some good open communication, good, make sure that we were okay where we needed to be. I had a curfew all written, and we were communicating to make sure if we needed to do that, and thankfully we didn't, but,
The community actually stepped up and did the
yep,
right thing.
absolutely, and we,
Appreciate it.
yeah, definitely, and we appreciate your extra, providing us with extra security as well.
Yeah, I did want to comment too, and I was really pleased with how the protests over the summer here were handled, and the involvement and friendliness from our police department, coming down, reaching out, and talking to some of the individuals, at different points in time, bringing, food and water, dropping off things like that. That was something that you didn't see in other cities. Maybe in some, but, mostly what we saw in the news was people arguing, fighting, and burning things down, and we didn't see that here. We saw an appropriate expression of First Amendment right and an appropriate response and encouragement from our local law enforcement saying, hey, you have the right to say that, so we're gonna, make sure you're safe. And I really appreciated how that was handled.
It was well on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Again, have a good day.
We're done praising you. Well, we'll take a little break, send Rand to pick up the pizza, should be back momentarily, and we'll get up and stretch a little bit, and then after we get done with lunch, we're going to have Pam here for library. And we'll be on page 87 of the general fund.